Gnostic John the Baptizer. By G. R. S. Mead. Foreword. The main materials contained in these pages will certainly be new for the vast majority of readers. Moreover, the mandaean narratives, legends and discourses are not only interesting because of their own distinctive matter and manner, but they are also arresting. For they raise a number of problems, some of which are far-reaching and one is fraught with implications of immense importance. The definite solutions of these problems, however, lie in the future, and the most important of them will perhaps never be reached. For, in the absence of straightforward historical information, general agreement on any subject that concerns Christian origins immediately or even indirectly is now well nigh a psychological impossibility. The writer's intention in publishing these selections is not to speculate about the problems, for we are not yet in a position to state them with sufficient accuracy. But the very modest undertaking of making accessible for English readers some specimens of narrative and doctrine from one collection only of the traditional Gnostic material which the Mandæan scribes have preserved to our own day through centuries of copying, and which hands on an early literature purporting at least in part to go back to times contemporaneous with Christian origins. For I think it will be of service for them, as a beginning, to read for themselves what the Mandæans have conserved from the past of the now legendary story of their great prophet, John the Baptizer. And some of the most characteristic notions and doctrines ascribed directly to him, and that too in their full native setting and not in the form of brief summaries or isolated sentences. Which is practically all they will meet with in the very few articles on the subject which have yet appeared in English, and in articles only, for of books there are none. Moreover, it has been impossible to do even this previously, for it is only quite recently that we have had put into our hands a reliable and complete version in German of two of the three main collections preserved to us. And we are still awaiting the translation of the most important deposit, without which it is impossible to survey the whole field thoroughly and so make really reliable inferences. All prior attempts at partial translation have been tentative at best and for the most part erroneous. But though we are still without a scientific version of the treasury, it is nevertheless already possible to give almost a complete setting forth of one topic. For the selections from the John book here presented include practically all the matter that refers directly to the prophet, seeing that the treasury makes only one brief reference immediately to him. In this material a figure is depicted which in many ways differs greatly from the familiar picture sketched in the Gospels and briefly referred to in the classical Josephus. The interest of the Gnostics has never been in external history, so that for the most part we are either in complete ignorance of, or lamentably uninformed about, the persons of their great teachers and writers. Their interest was rather in inner or psychic story and the imaginative history of ideas. Consequently, the Mandæan picture of John is the prophetical and intimate aspect it presented to those within the mystic atmosphere of the community and to the fond memory of an esoteric tradition. No external view is preserved. I have deliberately brought out this contrast as strongly as possible by setting the Mandæan story in the midst between two studies of traditions which make much of John's wild appearance and strange dress. A popular external element which would at first sight suggest an equally primitive quality of his thought and action. This has been done to enable the reader to realize as strongly as possible the difficulty surrounding the fundamental problem of historicity. Though the sharpness of the contrast is already somewhat modified by the doctrinal considerations brought out in the first study, which may theoretically help to bridge over to some extent the gap between the crudest features of the popular external tradition and what claims to be an internal tradition. No matter how it may have been sublimated in the form in which it has reached us. The second study, on the Slavonic Josephus account of the Baptist and Jesus, though throwing no, or scarcely any, light on doctrine, is, in my opinion, of importance from the point of view of possible external popular tradition. And in any case will be a novelty for most readers. It is a remarkable and somewhat saddening reflection that now, when after long years of waiting we are at last obtaining adequate versions of these so faithfully preserved Mandæan Gnostic scriptures, their handers-on themselves are dying out. And those of them who remain do not seem to be sufficiently instructed or to possess the general education to throw light on the problems which their documents present to scholars. They do not seem to have any notion of the history of religion or the critical power in any way to analyze their own scriptures and compare them with parallel developments in the past. What I do not quite understand, however, is why, with regard to the philological side of the subject, no attempt, as far as I can ascertain, has been made by any European Semitic scholar scientifically to study Mandaean with the mandaeans themselves, and so collaborate with them in translation. They all speak Arabic as well as their native tongue. And it is somewhat puzzling that neither Brandt nor Lidzbarski, who have, after the pioneer work of Noldyk on the language, busied themselves so sedulously with the documents, should not have visited them. They are accessible, and indeed do not seem in any way to be averse from giving information, as is seen from Sufi's informant in the 80s of last century and quite recently from the account of Miss E. S. Stevens, now Mrs. Drower. The latter has made great friends with the Amara community and gives an entertaining chapter about them, under the heading A Peculiar People, in her brightly written travel book, by Tigris and Euphrates. It is the description of an intelligent and deeply interested observer, but of one unacquainted with the literature of the subject, and therefore not in a position to press for information on points of importance, if perchance it could be obtained. The account deals with externals, but it may be of interest to our readers to reproduce what Mrs. Drower was told about the Shalmono and the Masechta ceremony, or rite of the making of a perfect, in this connection. There is a way in which a Subah may reach a state of holiness akin to that of the dweller in Shunikashto, the abode of the blessed, and this strange and unworldly people often resort to it. To achieve this state a man must renounce worldly desires and the delights of the flesh, but his path is harder than that of the Catholic monk in that he continues to live among men, a layman, and amongst his family without being able to partake of the joys of family life. In fact, after the ceremony of renunciation has taken place, the funeral service is read over him and he is, henceforth, no more than a living ghost. He may carry on his trade of farmer, boat builder, or silversmith as before. But his personal life is one of renunciation, deprivation and self-mortification. He may not smoke, drink wine, coffee, tea, or any drug. He may not give an order, or express a desire. Should he need anything, he must procure it himself, or do without. His detachment from worldly things must be so complete that if a fire were to burn his house, destroy his goods and suffocate his wife and children he must show or feel no trace of emotion. A permanent gaiety must be shown in his face. The ceremony which separates the Shalmono from the world of the living is called the Masakto. The applicant goes to the bishop, who questions him closely as to the seriousness of his intentions, and impresses upon him the irrevocable nature of the step he wishes to take. After 7 days' preparation with the bishop, if the applicant's desire is unshaken, he spends 7 days and 7 nights in a church, or place apart. Every day the bishop and priests come to him, and for food the postulant eats 3 tiny flat loaves of sacramental bread, about as large as an Osborne biscuit, daily, also part of the flesh of a dove. At the end of the week a feast is prepared to which the new Shalmono is invited, usually in the house of the bishop. At the end of the feast all the priests who have eaten arise, with a last mouthful of food in their hands. Solemnly, then, the prayer for the dead is recited for the Shalmono, and, just as for a dead man, the last mouthful is eaten, the last mouthful which is supposed to stay the departed soul on its journey through purgatory. The life of a Shalmono is harder than that of a priest, for priests and priestesses may marry, indeed, marriage is obligatory. The last sentence suggests that the Shalmono is a celibate from the start, but Mrs. Drow has already spoken of his wife and children and quotes Sufi to the same effect, and the documents lay it down expressly that celibacy in no case whatever was approved, not even in that of a prophet. It is evident that we have in this indication of a present-day class of perfect, separated out from the mass of the faithful, a subject for sympathetic inquiry. With the object of ascertaining whether among them there are any who enjoy mystic experience, and if so what is its nature, and whether it throws any light on the spiritual phases of the tradition. Mrs. Drower is happy in choosing for the heading of her account, A Peculiar People, and not A Strange Sect or some such title. For one of the great points of interest is that the mandaeans show all the signs of being a race distinct from their neighbors. They make no converts and seem for many centuries to have kept themselves to themselves. They are not Arabs or Jews in type, but Babylonians, Chaldeans, a problem for the ethnologist to decide. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit completeaudiobooks.com for more quality content. 1. John the Baptizer and Christian Origins. A recent study on John's symbolism. A distinct ray of light has been cast on the obscure background of Christian origins by Dr. Robert Easler in a series of detailed studies on the movement and doctrines of John the Baptizer. These studies, with other cognate essays, appeared originally in the pages of the Quest, 1909-14, and are now available in book form in an arresting volume, called Orpheus, the Fisher, Comparative Studies in Orphic and Christian Cult Symbolism. 2. By way of introduction and as the most complete contrast to the Mandaean tradition of the Gnostic John, I will set forth in my own way the chief points of these detailed and fully documented essays in summary fashion. Easler's main point of view is that John based his doctrines and practices largely, if not entirely, on the Hebrew Scriptures, the Law and the Prophets, of which, he contends, he was a profound knower. The John movement is thus regarded as a characteristic Jewish prophetical reform founded on absolute faith in the present fulfillment of prior prophecy. Hereby is brought out in the strongest possible manner the Jewish conditioning of John's preaching and teaching, and this stands in the sharpest contradiction to the Mandaean tradition which claims that John was a Gnostic and not a Torah man, and declares that the Jews could by no means understand him, but on the contrary rejected his revelation and drove out his community. In Easler we have a ripe scholar in whom the heredity of rabbinical lore is so to say innate. He has almost an uncanny flair for biblical texts. It is not too much to say that his knowledge of the religious literature of his people is profound, his acquaintance with Oriental sources very extensive and his linguistic accomplishments are enviable. Few are thus better able to enter with sympathy and understanding into the idiosyncrasies and depths of the Jewish mind in the various periods of its development, and thus for the time to live in the prophetical, apocalyptic and rabbinical thought world of the days of the Baptist and share in its old-time beliefs and hopes and fears. Our exponent is thus an excellent advocate of the theme he sets forth. If his wide-flung net has not caught all the fish of the literary and archaeological ocean, he has fished most carefully the stream of John the Baptist tradition, apart from the Mandaean. Landed a rich catch and shown others how most fruitfully to set about bringing to the surface things about John which have long been hidden in the depths of a buried past. The John passage in The Antiquities of Josephus. In all reason, apart from Christian testimony, John the Baptizer is a historic character, witnessed to by the Jewish historian Josephus, the courtly Flavian chronicler who flourished in the last quarter of the 1st century A.D. The famous passage in his Antiquities, 18. V. 2, edition Mies, 4. 161, 162, referring to John is undoubtedly genuine, and has been assailed only by the very extreme doctrinaire non-historical school, who find it a very inconvenient thorn in their flesh. A Christian forger would have dotted the I's and crossed the T's with the pen of his tradition, or at any rate betrayed himself in some way by the prejudice of his thought, but this we do not find. The passage runs as follows as nearly as I can render it. Some of the Jews thought that Herod's army had been destroyed, and indeed by the very just vengeance of God, in return for his putting to death of John the Baptizer. For in fact Herod put the latter to death, though he was a good man, nay even one who bade the Jews cultivate virtue and, by the practice of righteousness in their dealings with one another and of piety to God, gather together for baptism. For thus in sooth, John thought, the dipping, in water, would seem acceptable to him, God, not if they used it as a begging off in respect to certain sins, but for purity of body. Inasmuch as indeed the soul had already been purified by righteousness. Now since the others three were gathering themselves together, or becoming organized, for indeed they were delighted beyond measure at the hearing of his, John's, sayings, logoi, Herod. Fearing that his extraordinary power of persuading men might lead to a revolt, for they seemed likely in all things to act according to his advice, judged it better, before anything of a revolutionary nature should eventuate from him, to arrest him first and make away with him, rather than when the change came, he should regret being faced with it. Accordingly, on Herod's suspicion, he was sent in bonds to Machaerus for the above-mentioned fortress, and put to death there. The Jews, however, believed that destruction befell the army to avenge him, God willing to afflict Herod. This statement of Flavius Josephus is sufficiently categorical. It states clearly that John the Baptizer was a very remarkable prophetical reformer of the day and that his following was very considerable. John's sayings, Josephus tells us, had an astonishingly persuasive power over the Jewish populace. Herod fears John's influence and is convinced that he could do anything he pleases with the people. But what interests us most in this unfortunately too short statement is the reference to the nature of John's practice and teaching. His proclamation to the Jews, like that of all the prophets before him, was a strenuous call to righteousness. They were to practice righteous dealings with one another, love of neighbor, and piety to God, love of God. There was also an external rite of baptism, but it had to be preceded by a cleansing of the soul through the fulfilling of this duty to neighbor and to God. Josephus particularly points out that the public washing or dipping was by no means intended as a magical rite, which so many believed in those days capable of washing away sins. The baptism was not a daily practice, Josephus seems to imply, as among the Essenes and other sects, but a public corporate act, and therefore the historian is clearly in error in regarding it as simply for the purifying of the body. On the contrary, it distinctly conveys the impression of being designed as an outer testimony to some belief, an act of faith. The anti-account, the dress and food of repentance. And now let us pass to our New Testament information. Without laying stress on the details of the story of John's infancy as given in the third Gospel, reminiscent as they may be of the Old Testament birth stories of the old-time national heroes Isaac, Samson and Samuel. Not to mention the coincidence that the two heroines of the Gospel birth narratives bear the names of Miriam and Elisheba, the sister and wife respectively of Aaron, the first priest, we may very reasonably believe, as it is stated, that John was of priestly descent. And therefore in every probability he was well versed, if not highly trained, in the Scriptures. Vowed from his birth to God by his parents, his strange dress and peculiar ascetic mode of life are quite in keeping with prophetical traditions, and thus of the schools of the prophets and of the Nazirs. As the prophets of old, notably Elijah, he wore a skin robe. But in keeping with the spiritual significance of his whole teaching, which will be more fully brought out in the sequel, such an outer sign in high probability had an inner meaning for this great proclaimer of repentance. Of the turning back of Israel in contrition unto God. Now there were certain Palestinian pre-Christian allegorists or exponents of the Scriptures on quasi-mystical lines called Dorsh Rishumeth. According to a rabbinic legend, going back along this line of interpretation, the ancient myth of Gen. 3:21 was conceived more spiritually. After the fall, the first falling away from God, Yahweh Elohim clothed Adam and Eve in coats of skin, or, not because of their nakedness, but in exchange for their lost paradisiacal garments of light, or. John lived at a time when such mystical interpretations, with a host of prophetical and apocalyptic notions, were in the air. It might very well then be that he himself in wearing a skin robe intended something more than a simple copying of the fashion of the ancient prophets. In keeping with his ruling idea he may have thought it a most appropriate outer sign of repentance, a return to the first garments of fallen man, the proper robe of penitent sinners. And therefore especially of a leader who would show the people a wholehearted example of turning again to God, thus retracing in a contrary direction the way of the fall. So too with regard to food, there must be a return to the primitive law laid down for primal fallen man, Gen. 1:29, Behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed, which is upon the face of the earth, and every tree, in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed, to you it shall be for meat. It was only after the deluge that men were permitted to eat animal food, according to the Noahic covenant as it is called. Imbued with ideas of penitence and repentance, John would desire to return to the strictest food regulations of the earliest days of the fall, in keeping with his symbolic manner of clothing. Not only so, but seemingly with a refinement of self-discipline as a means of contrition, John chose from out the many fruits from a tree yielding seed, that of the carob or locust tree, which was considered by the Jewish allegorists the most appropriate food of repentance. For we have preserved from this line of tradition an ancient proverb, Israel needs carob pods to make him repent, said to be based on a prophecy in Isaiah 1:20, which the Midrash, Vayikra Rabbah 35, quotes as, "If ye be willing and obedient, the good of the land shall ye eat. But if ye refuse and resist, carob pods shall ye eat," where the last clause differs considerably from the RV, which reads, "Ye shall be devoured by the sword." Perhaps the husks eaten by the prodigal in the gospel parable may in the original Aramaic have been carob pods, Luke 15 verse 16. Much controversy has raged round the locusts eaten by John, and early versions are various. As for drink, in addition to water for general purposes, John is said to have in particular sipped the honey of the wild bees. Why is this brought into so great prominence? Again, perhaps this custom was determined for John by the same circle of ideas. He probably bethought him of Deuteronomy 32 verse 13, "He made him to suck honey out of the rock," and also of Psalms 81 verse 16, "And with honey out of the rock shall I satisfy thee." From such considerations it may plausibly be believed that John adopted an asceticism of repentance with regard to clothing and food as completely in accordance with the Scriptures as possible. And this in addition to the customary discipline of a vowed Nazir, consecrated or made holy as such from birth. The technical term for a Nazir is a Nazirite unto God, or holy unto God, as of Samson, LXX. Judges 13:7, 16:9, in brief God's Holy One. Popular Messianic expectations. According to Josephus, the great fear of Herod was that the reformatory movement of John would develop into a dangerous political messianic revolt. The populace was on the tiptoe of expectation. Many rumors were afloat as to the nature of the long-expected God's anointed. Some thought he was to be a Nazir who would free Israel from their present foes, even as in days of old the Nazir Samson had freed them from the yoke of the Philistines. Moreover, the well-known prophecy is 11:1, about the sprout from the root or stem of Jesse gave rise to much speculation, helped out by that wordplay which exercised so powerful a fascination over the imaginative minds of the Jews of that day. And long before and after over other minds in many other lands. Now, sprout, in Hebrew is near or nezer, and this near was to be the longed-for Savior, again near, sounding so well together with Nazir. Indeed, as was thought, he must needs be a Nazarian, Heb Noeri, Greek Nazorios. Or again, as others expected, he was to be a carpenter, Aram. Bar Nassar, this being, according to a Samaritan Midrash, as we shall see in the sequel, in association with the expectation that the coming Redeemer was to be a second Noah, spiritually hewing and preparing the timber for a new ark of salvation. All this was in the air and widespread. It is then quite believable, whether John himself made any such claims or no, that there were many rumors current of a messianic purport concerning the strange appearance and powerful appeal of the renowned Baptizer. His Nazirite vow, his garb and diet of repentance, his confident proclamation of the very near approach of the catastrophic end of this aeon or age or world, all would conspire to make some, if not many, think that he himself was the great Nazir near, the expected Holy One of God. By others he was thought to be Elijah returned, as the prophet Malachi, the book of the angel or messenger of Yahweh, had foretold, for 5, "Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the great and terrible day of the Lord come." Or even, may be, some thought that that prophet of promise like unto Moses, Deuteronomy 18 verse 15, had been raised up in John. John himself apparently made no claim to be any of these. He was a proclaimer of the near approach of the great and terrible day and a powerful exhorter to repentance. It is doubtful even whether he gave himself out to be simply, the voice of one crying in the wilderness, Mark 1 verse 3. For such a knower of the scriptures would have been aware that the original of Isaiah 40 verse 3 read, the voice of one crying, in the wilderness, etc. But apparently John was not only an inspired prophet, he was also a wonder-worker, if certain echoes concerning him in the synoptics ring true. For there we read that because of his healing wonders Jesus was thought by some to be John returned from the dead. And that the same accusation in this connection of being possessed by a demon brought against Jesus had also been brought against John. The sanctification of the Jordan water. However all this may be, John was utterly convinced, not only that the time of the end was close at hand, but also that the prophecies were beginning to be fulfilled. But what of his characteristic baptizing in the Jordan of all places? This is taken as a simple historic fact which requires no explanation by the vast majority. But it presents a serious problem for those who are aware that in those days the brackish waters of the sluggish Jordan were deemed by theologians and ritualists as unfit for purificatory purposes. What then could have induced John to reject this priestly and purist taboo? Though only feasible motive is to be found in supposing that John was convinced that a remarkable prophetical vision of Ezekiel, 47:1-8, where the prophet is addressed as Son of Man, was being fulfilled. In the longed-for time of the messianic deliverance a mighty stream of holy water from the temple hill of Zion was to flow down and heal the waters of the unclean Jordanland, the Arabah or desert. Easler has acutely conjectured that this idea of a fount of living and healing water for Israel goes back ultimately to Isaiah 28 verse 16, not however as it stands at present in the RV. Wording, but in its extended form which was well known up to the 3rd century AD. This reads as follows according to his rendering, Behold, I lay down in Zion a living stone, a stone of probation, a precious threshold stone for a foundation. Out of its hollow shall flow forth rivers of living water, he that believeth on me shall not suffer from drought. This was naturally taken by the allegorists of the time in a spiritual sense, even as they explained the water miraculously supplied to the Israelites in the desert as a figure for the Torah or law. The living water signified the word of Yahweh, the outpouring of the Spirit of God. Thus the messianic spring of living water could well be believed to typify an intensification or consummation of the divine law, heralding the manifestation of the sovereignty of God in the last days. But spiritual reality and material happenings were never widely divorced in the mind of a pious Jew, and thus there was a literal meaning as well to be given to prophecy. The probable symbolic significance of John's baptism. If all this is well conceived, it is not difficult to understand what Josephus tells us of John's method, though the proper sense of John's motive seems to have escaped the historian. Deeply stirred by the strenuous exhortations of the teacher and the extraordinary power of a proclaimer so utterly convinced of the near coming of the terrible day, little wonder that the people, just as in evangelical revivals of our own day, were filled with an agony of penitence which would find relief only in a public confession of their sins. Thereafter they were plunged in the Jordan, signifying no external washing, but a very drowning as it were of the old body of sin in that now sacred stream to which faith ascribed life-redeeming properties. A regeneration wrought by the saving spring of God's outpouring flowing down from the sanctuary into the desert. If they repented, if they once unfeignedly turned again to God, then would the prophetical promise in Micah 7 verse 19 be fulfilled, He will turn again, He will have compassion upon us, He will subdue our iniquities. Yea, thou wilt wash away all our sins into the depths of the sea. The baptism of the proselytes. But in practicing this baptismal rite John was running counter to far more than the priestly purist taboo which regarded the Jordan water as unfit for purification. He was baptizing Israelites, and in so doing putting the chosen ones on a level with those Gentiles who had to submit to a bath of purification before they could be admitted to the privileges of the sons of Abraham. A proselyte or a newcomer, advena, who would join the church or ecclesia of Israel, had to submit to a baptismal rite, the pre-Christian origin of which is no longer disputed. It was a bath not only of purification but also of regeneration in the presence of legal witnesses. The candidates stood in the water and listened to a short discourse consisting of commandments from the law. Thereon the Gentile convert dipped completely under the water, signifying the drowning of his previous impious and idolatrous self. Thereafter he arose reborn a true Israelite. And this new birth was taken in a very literal sense, for after the rite the neophyte, or newborn babe, could no longer inherit from his former Gentile relatives. Not only so, but according to rabbinic casuistry he could not even commit incest with one of them. This regenerative Gentile baptism, Tabila Jerem, was made by the theologians to depend from the promise in Ezekiel 36:25-26, I will sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean, from all your filthiness and from all your idols, will I cleanse you. A new heart I will give you, and a new spirit will I put within you. But this prophecy clearly applied to Israel only. It could never have been intended as the sanction of a customary rite for converted Gentiles. It is thus very credible that a fervent eschatologist, filled with messianic expectations, such as John, would conceive the promise as foreshadowing a unique miraculous event of the last days. Moreover, John's insistence on baptism for the Jews, at a time when their religious leaders thought it necessary to impose baptism on Gentile converts as a purificatory regenerative rite, making them fit to be associated religiously with the naturally born sons of Abraham, seems clearly to have been dictated by the deeper spiritual conviction that it was Israel itself who required regeneration. For John, from the standpoint of spiritual values, the Jews were no more a privileged people, they had forfeited their birthright. Israel itself was now no better than the heathen. Physical kinship with Abraham could no longer be considered a guarantee against the wrath to come. To escape the trials and terrors of that day, the only way for them was to repent, and so become members of the new spiritual Israel by submitting to a rite similar to that which they arrogantly imposed on the Gentiles. What greater humiliation than this could there be to the racial pride of the Jew? But things were so desperate, that it required even this act of humiliation as an earnest of truly sincere repentance and contrition. Unrepentant they were no better than heathen idolaters. One of John's discourses and its symbolism. Let us now turn to the first part of the short but powerful address of the Baptizer handed on by him, 3:7-10, and Lk. 3:7-9, a most interesting example of those stirring utterances or sayings of his referred to by Josephus. Ye outbursts of vipers, who hath given you a glimpse of fleeing from the wrath to come? Make fruit, therefore, worthy of, or sufficient for, your repentance. And think not, Lk begin not, to say within, or among, yourselves, we have Abraham, for, father. For I say unto you that God is able of these stones, Aram, Abinea, to raise, or wake, up children, Aram, Binea, for Abraham. But even now the axe is laid unto the root of the trees, every tree, therefore, which beareth not good fruit, is hewn down and cast into the fire. This graphic discourse, contained in Q, begins with the same terrible phrase, generation or outbursts of vipers, which Jesus also uses on several occasions. It may possibly go back to Micah 7 verse 17, where we read, referring to the heathen, they shall lick the dust like serpents, like those creeping on the earth. And if licking the dust can be taken in the sense of the allegorists of the time, who interpret it as eating excrement, a fate allotted to the serpent-shaped souls of the damned in Sheol, it becomes all the more strikingly graphic. In vain do they think they will escape because they are of kinship with Abraham, or that God cannot repeat the wonder he once wrought, of raising up children out of the barren rock of their forefather. God is able to make a new Israel out of the very stones, just as he had of old hewn, like stones, Heb Abanim, a line of sons, Heb Banim, from the once barren rock of Abraham, as Isaiah says, 51:1-2, look unto the rock whence ye were hewn. Look unto Abraham your father. This for the stones, but what of the trees? There are other passages in the OT, e.g. Psalms 1 verse 1, Jeremiah 17 verses 5-8, which liken the man who delights in the law and has faith in Yahweh to fruit-bearing trees. But the most arresting verse in this connection is to be found in the continuation of the same vision in Ezekiel 47:1-8, which so graphically depicted the messianic source. This reads, v. 12. By the river upon the banks thereof, on this side and on that side, shall grow all trees for meat, whose leaf shall not fade. They shall bring forth new fruit month after month, because their waters issue from the sanctuary, and the fruit thereof shall be for meat and the leaf thereof for medicine. The mystical application of this prophetical utterance to the righteous of Israel as the fruit-bearing trees of the longed-for days of the Messiah, would surely strike the imagination of so intuitive a mind as John's. It is indeed all of a piece with his general conception and expectation and fits in most deftly. The fish and fisher's symbolism. But this does not exhaust the imagery of Ezekiel's striking vision of the outpouring of God's Spirit in the days of the end, which made so deep an impression upon John. The prophet uses another graphic figure, which also greatly influenced early Christianity and was made much of later on in the symbolic interpretations of some of the Church Fathers. If only we had the mystical exegesis of this figure as conceived in the mind of the pre-Christian Palestinian Dorsh Rashomov, who anticipated in some ways the Alexandrian Jewish allegorists of Philo's day. We should probably find that they had already given spiritual significance to the following arresting verses, 9 and 10, of the vision. These read in Easler's rendering. Wheresoever the river shall come, everything that moveth shall live, and there shall be a very great multitude of fish, because the waters shall come thither. And it shall come to pass, that, the fishers stand by it from En-Gedi unto Eneglaim, they shall be, a place, to spread forth nets, for all fish, according to their kinds. En-Gedi and Eneglaim were two oases with freshwater springs, the Gedi or Kid Spring and the Eglaim or Calf Spring, on the shores of the Dead Sea or Salt Lake. The former was the chief center of the Essenes. With such a striking figure before him it would be easy for John, the proclaimer of repentance the turning again to God of a righteous remnant, to believe that in the days of the end there were to be prophets who should be fishers of men. Now it is remarkable that we have a number of references to this fishing of souls bound up with echoes of legends of John the Baptizer, which blend into a rich stream of Gnostic traditions which still exists today and goes back eventually to very early times. The mandaeans, that is believers in the manda or gnosis, or Nazarea as they call themselves, known to the Arabs as the Subayas or Baptists, have much to tell us of the fisher of souls and the evil fishers of men, as we shall see later on. Their saga of the fisher of souls is a beautiful conception within the setting of eschatological and soteriological notions, and seems to be an integral element of the syncretic stream of the manda which goes back far towards Gnostic beginnings. Now the Mandaean traditions are hostile not only to Christianity but also to Judaism. Many of their notions can be closely paralleled with some of the doctrines of the religion of Mani, with some of the main elements underlying the scheme of the Coptic Gnostic Pistis Sophia and the two treatises of the Bruce Codex. Points of contact may also be found in what we know of the doctrines of the Elkosates, and in some parts of the Clementine romances which preserve early Ebionite traditions and legends of Simon the Magian, with whom John is brought into connection. And here it may be noted that, if it is surprising to find the influence of John the Baptizer spreading as far east as Mesopotamia, it is not out of keeping with the fact that the baptism of John was also practiced in the East Mediterranean area far outside Palestine among the dispersion and indeed among some of the early Christian communities. As we learn from the Acts and Epistles, witness especially the Apollos incident, Acts 18 verse 24, I. Cor 1:12. Onioens. No little of mythic notions from Old Babylonian, Chaldean and Iranian traditions is to be found immixed in the oldest deposits of this Mandaean stream. There is thus a pre-Christian background as well. Indeed the fisher figure cannot fail at once to remind students of the comparative science of religion of the ancient Babylonian fish-clad fisher god Onioens, the archaic Ea, father of Marduk the savior god of Babylon who rose yearly from the dead. This primeval god of wisdom was the culture god who had taught early mankind all the arts of civilization. Berossus, the Chaldean priest who wrote for the Greeks a history of his people, tells us of no less than 6 manifestations of Oans in successive periods. And this notion of revelation and saving in successive periods is fundamental with the Mandaeans. Oans rose from the sea, the waters presumably of the Persian Gulf, in the old story, but Marduk, his son, descended from heaven. It is by no means improbable that the picturing of appropriate ancient myths which floated freely in the thought atmosphere of Babylonia, may have determined some of the imagery of Ezekiel's visions by the river of Babylon. And indeed may otherwise have psychically influenced indirectly no little of Jewish apocalyptic literature, as for instance when the Ezra Apocalypse, at the end of the 1st century A.D., tells us that the Redeemer of the world, the celestial man, is expected to rise from the heart of the ocean. If then, as Ezra 4 permits us to conclude, certain apocalyptists and allegorists, who were probably Jews of the Babylonian or Syrian dispersion, could conceive of their pre-existent Messiah as in some way associated with the figure of the ancient Ani, Oans, Ians, Ioans, and expected the Redeemer of Israel to arise from the depths of the great waters, it is not improbable that in those days, when the interplay of mystical associations was so prevalent and eagerly sought out, some of the most enthusiastic followers of John may have believed that this baptizing fisher of souls was the expected manifestation. John Jonah. Similarity in the sounds of names fascinated men's minds, and Anioan's John is not the only nameplay we meet with in the Baptist story. Attempts have been made by scholars to show that, the sign of the prophet Jonah, qmt 12:19f equals LK 11:29f, was perhaps originally connected with John, and that a testimony of Jesus to John has been converted already in Q, the early non-Markan source of matter common to MT and LK, into a testimony of Jesus concerning himself. On this point see Easler, Op. Cit., pages 156 to 162, where all is set out in detail. It is further of interest to note that Jonah in Hebrew means dove, and that among the mandaeans there was a class of the perfect called doves. Compare also the Greek physiologus, Zlai the dove, which is John the Baptist. The names Jonah and John could easily be brought into close connection, and indeed Jonah is sometimes found as a shortened form of Jonan. The Jonah legend provided a very suitable setting wherein to depict the life of a prophet who caused his hearers to repent, and it may be that Jesus referred to John as a greater Jonah, Matthew 12 verse 41. The most striking image in the mythic story is the great fish. Now the belly of the great fish for the Jewish allegorists, and indeed it is plainly stated in the legend itself, was Sheol, the underworld, the pit. But another mythic great fish, or perhaps the same in another aspect, was the cosmic monster Leviathan. And symbolists, allegorists and mystics got busy with this mythic figure. Thus we find that Leviathan was the name given by the Ophites of Celsus, who are plainly of Syrian-Babylonian origin, to the seven, that is to the cosmic animal psyche. The hierarchy of rulers and devourers of the animal souls of men as well as of animals proper, each of the seven being symbolized by an animal figure, probably an animal-faced, lion, etc. Dragon or fish. In the Mandaean tradition the fisher of souls takes the seven in his net and destroys them, even as in the old Babylonian myth the savior god Marduk, sick. Red Marduk catches Tiamat, their mother, the primeval dragon of the deep, in his net and destroys her. And strangely enough there is an old rabbinical legend of Jonah preserved in the Midrash Yalkut Yonah, section 1, which relates that, when the prophet was in the belly of the great fish, he prayed that it should carry him quickly to the Leviathan, so that he might catch it with his fishing tackle. For Jonah desired, when once again safely ashore, to make of its flesh a feast for the righteous, a distinct reference to the messianic fish banquet which is to take place in the days of the end. The Jewish folk of the Babylonian dispersion, who were surrounded with images of the fish-clad Anioans and of his priests, would easily think of them as representing a man swallowed by a fish. And as easily be reminded of the story of their great prophet Jonah, who was fabled to have made the proud king of Ashur and all the Ninevites repent. And the mystics subsequently would easily associate all this with messianic notions. Rabbinic fish symbolism. It has recently been shown by that acute scholar J. Sheftklowitz from hitherto neglected rabbinical documents that fish was quite a common symbol for the righteous man of Israel, who lived all his life in the waters of the Torah or sacred law. The evidence goes back as early as the times of Rabban Gamaliel the Elder, the teacher of Paul, who was therefore a contemporary of John and Jesus. Thus we read in the Midrash Tanuma to Dut. 5:32, as a fish delights in water, even so a master of the scriptures dives into the streams of balm, the sweet-smelling waters of the law. Compare the sweet savor and perfume of the gnosis and of the heavenly essences and per contra the stench of the evil fishers or teachers of false doctrine in the Mandæan John book. Decisive in this connection is the following passage from the Abath Da'ar Nathan, ch. 40. The pupils of Rabbi Gamaliel the Elder were divided into 4 kinds of fish, into clean and unclean, brackish water, fish from the Jordan and fish from the ocean. According to their high and low descent and to the degree of their learning and quickness of their understanding. Though they were not fishers of men, they were fish of Yahweh swimming in the holy stream, the life-giving waters of the law. It was thus very natural for John, remembering the striking passage in Ezekiel 47-12, about the fish who repented, to contrast with them the unrepentant as a generation of vipers, cp the fish-scorpion contrast in Matthew 7 verse 10. Nor could John have been ignorant of the prophecy in Jeremiah 16:16, concerning the gathering together of dispersed Israel, Behold, I will send for many fishers, saith the Lord, and they shall fish them. And have given it a spiritual significance. But of an even more arresting nature is the following from Bereshith Rabbah, ch. 97. As the Israelites are innumerable, even so are the fishes, as the Israelites will never die out on the earth, the fishes will never die out in their element. Only the Son of Man named Fish could lead Israel into the land of promise, namely Joshua ben Nun equals fish. The Greek transliteration of Joshua in the LXX version is invariably Jesus. The Samaritan Taeb, a reborn Joshua or Noah. Now in Samaritan tradition, and it will be remembered that the Samaritans rejected all the Jewish scriptures save the 5/5 of the law, their future Redeemer was to be called Joshua. This deliverer they called the Taeb, the returner, and they believed he would be a reborn or returned Joshua. The Taeb is the Samaritan Messiah. In this connection a recently translated Samaritan Midrash, BM Samaritan MS or 33935, is especially instructive. It understands the title Taeb as signifying, he who repents or even, he who makes to repent, not so much the returner as the turner-back of others. It is brought into close connection also with Noam, meaning repenting, and is thus by wordplay associated with Noah. Our Samaritan Midrash accordingly brings Noah on to the scene of expected redemption, and becomes a spiritualized version of the deluge story, abounding in mystical wordplays. 1 or 2 specimens of them may now be given, as the ideas behind them are reminiscent of the John circle of ideas. Whereas in the old story Yahweh orders Noah, make thee an ark, Teba, the Midrash makes God say unto the Taeb, make thee a conversion, or repentance, Aram. Shuba, Tuba. And so it continues in many details, glossing the original parts of the ark by means of wordplay, introducing notions of propitiation, expiation and atonement. A single passage from the original will make this clear, and in reading it we should remember that Samaria was a hotbed of mystic and Gnostic movements of all sorts. Behold, I bring a flood of conversion, and of divine favor upon the earth, to save Israel and gather it from everywhere under the sky. I shall perform my covenant, which I have set up with Abraham, Israel and Jacob. And thou shalt enter into the conversion, thou and thy house and the whole house of Israel with thee, and take with thee all kind of praying and fasting and purification, which thou performest, and take all unto thee, and it shall be for conversion for thee and for them. And the Taeb did everything as God had commanded him. The ark, Teba, saved Noah from the flood of perdition, and the conversion, Shubah, Tuba, will save the penitent one, Taeb, and all the sons of Israel from the flood of perversion. The flood of perversion is that of the cursed aeon. Among the many messianic expectations of those days, therefore, was the belief that in the last days it would again be as in the times of Noah, as indeed we are expressly informed by MT24:37 ff equals LK17:26 ff. John's eschatological symbolism. There are other points of interest in the fragmentary sayings of John and other references preserved in the synoptic accounts, but of these we shall select only one as being of special interest. John's expectation of the nature of the catastrophe of the times of the end was somewhat complex. 3 phases of elemental destruction haunted his imagination. Similar disasters had already happened in the past at the culmination of certain successive critical periods in the history of mankind. There had been a destruction by water, another by a mighty wind and tempest which overwhelmed the great tower, to which many a rabbinic legend testifies, and a destruction by fire in the days of Lot. John's baptism or water purification may well have been intended as an outer sign of the inner attempt to avert from the righteous the dire results of the great forthcoming world trial, by the water of God's wrath that would overwhelm the wicked. But there were 2 other baptisms or purifications which he expected a greater than himself to effect in similar fashion and for a similar purpose. There was to be a purification or baptism by fire. And, in Christian interpretation, the third and last and greatest was to be effected by means of the Holy Spirit. This would not be out of keeping with the belief of John, for it was ever the Spirit of God, as water, fire or wind, that would purify and save the righteous. But the graphic figure of the winnowing fan in John's declaration shows clearly that the notion was connected in his mind with the necessary wind without which winnowing was impossible, the mighty wind or Spirit of God. For the good this would result in a blessed harvesting, but for the evil it would be a scattering as of chaff. Though all these notions may well have come to John within the ambit of the Jewish scriptures, many prophetical pronouncements in which graphically depict all these forms of divine visitation. It is nevertheless not without significance that the rites of purification by water, fire and wind, ventilation, were an integral element of some of the Hellenistic mystery institutions. And that the periodic catastrophic scheme is clearly to be paralleled in the later Babylonian astral religion, and especially in its blending with Iranian conceptions which center round the Aeon cult, Zervanism. And all those notions of the great year and world periods, which later Stoicism took over and made familiar to imperial times. This great year had 3 seasons, summer, winter, spring, each of which was assigned to one of the 3 most ancient elements, fire, water and wind. As the great year turned on itself, the constellations returned at the end of the revolution to the same positions they had occupied in a former great year. There were thus critical moments in the Ionic movement, and at these cosmic catastrophes occurred. It is hardly to be supposed that John had any such scientific notions in his mind, but it is undeniable that many had such conceptions in his day. And indeed among the learned and mystics we find blends of such science with prophetical intuitions. But for the Jewish eschatologist it was a once-for-all event he expected, whereas for such men as the Stoic thinkers it was a perpetual recurrence. John and Jesus generally. And what is the outcome of this inquiry? It seems to me that a very important background of Christian origins is here indicated. It points to a widespread Jewish eschatological and therefore necessarily messianic movement prior to Christianity, of which earliest Christianity was at first a culmination, whatever modifications and completions were subsequently introduced. It is therefore to be regretted that our information concerning John the Baptizer and his doctrines is so meager. It is quite natural that some of John's adherents should have attached themselves to Jesus on his public appearance as a proclaimer before the martyrdom of their own imprisoned prophet. The suddenness with which M.K. our earliest narrative introduces Jesus, calling the first 4 of his disciples and their instant leaving all and following him to become fishers of men, is inexplicable without there having been some prior knowledge of the way on the part of Simon and Andrew, James and John. They may well have already been familiar with John's teaching. Indeed, the writer of the 4th Gospel tells us categorically, John 1 verse 40, that Andrew, the brother of Simon Peter Cephas, had been a disciple of the Baptizer. But if some of John's actual disciples followed Jesus before any question of messiahship arose, it is probable that far more of his lay adherents also did so. Indeed, the earliest history of the expansion of Christianity, that is of the Jesus Messianic movement, preserves traces that in some places there was a considerable Johannine influence, notably the continued use of John's baptism. On the contrary, most of John's disciples to all seeming refused to recognize the Jesus Messianic claims, and the echoes of history preserved in the Mandaean traditions declare that they most emphatically rejected them. In any case, it may well be that some of the great figures, types and symbols used by Jesus in his exhortations and teaching were not original to him, but that he shared them, together with other mystic, apocalyptic and prophetical notions, with circles that had been instructed by John. Jesus is made to distinguish John as the greatest prophet who had come before him, nay, as more than a prophet, and yet the least in the kingdom of heaven is said to be greater than a John. This can only mean in the kingdom in its fullness. For surely most of the Christians fell far short of the high virtue of the Baptist. What is furthermore exceedingly probable, if not unquestionably evident, is that the whole of John's mentality was flooded with what we can only call mystic notions and conceits, graphic figures, highly spiritualized. The mentality of a prophet and seer. If John is the forerunner of Jesus, many of the baptizer's eschatological and associated beliefs are probably the forerunners of earliest Christian general doctrine. And with all this in mind, it is difficult not to believe that Jesus not only knew more of John personally and what lay at the back of him, but used more of his ideas and symbolisms than the Gospels would lead us to suppose. The Mandaean tradition deserves most careful analysis from this point of view, but before presenting it we may add a few words on the estrangement of the John and Jesus movements. John and the Messiahship of Jesus. Though the synoptics in some passages are at pains to let it appear as if John recognized the Messiahship of Jesus, and the later and correcting fourth Gospel emphatically affirms that he did so from the baptism onwards, there was evidently very considerable doubt on the question in the earliest tradition. Mt 11:3f equals Lk 7:19f, lets the reader see that John to the end had no conviction, much less prior spiritual apperception, on the subject. For it tells us that just before his end the imprisoned prophet sent messengers to Jesus asking him in complete uncertainty, "Art thou he that should come, or look we for another?" To this unambiguous question no direct answer is given. John's disciple messengers are bidden simply to report to their master the wonderful healings of which they have been told or which they have witnessed. The proof of messiahship is made here to rest solely on wonder-doings. Any prior spiritual recognition by John of Jesus as the expected one is unknown to this tradition, nor is it able to report that John accepted the wonders as proof of the fulfillment of his expectation. From this we may reasonably feel assured that, though some of John's disciples followed Jesus when he began his public ministry after John had been put in prison, and continued the proclamation of the near coming of the kingdom, the majority refrained. They continued in their own way and discipline, nor did they subsequently recognize the messiahship of Jesus, for above all they had no authority from their master to do so. This is a negative inference. But the positive rejection of the Christian messianic claim is brought out with sharp polemical emphasis in the Mandaean tradition, which claims to derive from John and regards Jesus as the deceiver Messiah. The baptism of Jesus by John is acknowledged, but explained in polemic mystic fashion. There are however signs that, apart from the subsequent bitterness of outer theological controversy, there was originally an inner deeper Gnostic ground of division, for Jesus is not represented as unknowing, but on the contrary, is made to answer certain test questions of John with profound moral insight. But the most surprising fact of Mandaean tradition is that it preserves no indications of having entertained any belief in distinctive Jewish messianism at all. Its soteriology is peculiar to itself, and the tradition repudiates Jewish prophecy and apocalyptic and in fact the whole Torah, as emphatically as it does Christian doctrine. Nevertheless, on its own showing, in the beginning the particular community of which John was so great a prophet, is depicted as settled in Judea, even in Jerusalem, and is claimed to have had a profound knowledge of the inner meaning of the law. It is made to look back to a still more ancient tradition which is claimed to be purer and wiser than that of the Hebrews. Though the legendary, historical, side of the question is exceedingly obscure, our best authorities are agreed that, as far as the mythic element is concerned, The Mandaean tradition preserves many traces of the earliest forms of the pre-Christian gnosis known to us. The problem is thus exceedingly complex. 2. From the John Book of the Mandæans. We will now proceed to see what the Gnostic John folk have to say about the person of Johanna and concerning their early Palestinian community. And will conclude with some typical extracts from their John Book collection, of which the most characteristic and important will be what may be called the sagas of the Fisher of Souls and of the Good Shepherd. But first a word or two as to our sources of information. 1. Introductory. The Mandaeans, lit. Gnostics, Manda equals Gnosis, of the lower Euphrates are the only known surviving community of the ancient Gnosis. That they have survived to our own day 6 is a remarkable testimony to the strength of their convictions and of loyalty to a tradition which they claim to go back to pre-Christian days. The documents call them Nazareans. 7. The Arabs generally refer to them as Subaias or Baptists, while the first Portuguese Jesuit missionaries of the Inquisition erroneously introduced them to Europe in the early part of the 17th century as the Christians of St. John. But Christians they certainly are not. On the contrary, they have ever been strenuously opposed to Christianity, though they may have sometimes so camouflaged themselves to avoid Moslem persecution in the first place and the inquisitional methods of the missionaries in the second. The Mandaean religious literature, for of secular literature there is none, supplies us with the richest direct sources of any phase of ancient Gnosticism which we possess. These documents are also all the more valuable because they are purely Oriental without any Hellenistic immixture. Indeed, our only other considerable direct sources, that is sources not contaminated or rendered suspect by transmission through hostile hands, are the Trismegistic literature, the Coptic Gnostic documents and the recent Manichaean finds in Turfan. The Mandaean language is little used by the faithful except for religious purposes. The communities in general have for long used Arabic as their common speech, though one or more groups speak Persian. Mandaean is a South Babylonian dialect of Aramean, its nearest cognate being the Northern Babylonian as in the Babylonian Talmud. Their graceful script is peculiar to the Mandaeans. The vowels are in full lettering and are not indicated by points or other diacritical marks. Their literature was once far more extensive. For what we possess is manifestly in the form of extracts collected from manifold more ancient sources, which are no longer extant. The chief existing documents are as follows. 1. The Sidra Rabbah, Great Book, or Genza, Treasury, which is divided into right and left pages, for the living and the deceased respectively, it is said. But I am told that in some copies the alternate pages are reversed and in some ceremonies read simultaneously by two readers facing each other. It consists of 64 pieces or tractates, theological, cosmological, mythological, ethical and historical. This collection is indubitably prior to the Mohammedan conquest, circa 651 AD, and its sources are of course far more ancient. 2. The Sidra Diehya, Book of John, also called Drash Dimach, Discourses of the Celestial Kings. A considerable number of its pieces, which can be listed under 37 headings, deal with the life and teachings of John the Baptizer. Yehya is the Arabic form of John, the Mandaean Yohanna, Heb Yonan. The two forms, Arabic and Mandaean, alternate and show that the collection was made, or more probably redacted, after the Moslem conquest. 3. The Calasta, Quintessence or Selections called also the Book of Souls, Liturgies for the Baptismal Ceremony, the Service for the Departed, called the Chasent, Masecta, and for the Marriage Ritual. These hymns and prayers are lofty, though most of them are presumably not so ancient as those in the Genza. 4. The Divan containing the procedure for the expiation of certain ceremonial offences and sketches of the regions through which the soul must pass in its ascent. 5. The Asfar Malwash, Book of the Zodiacal Constellations. 6. Certain inscriptions on earthen cups and also pre-Mohammedan lead tablets. It would not be difficult to prepare an annotated bibliography, as we have done elsewhere for the Coptic Gnostic Pistis Sophia document, tracing the history of the development of Mandaean study in the West from the 17th century onwards. But this is a sketch, not a treatise. It is sufficient to say that, owing to the difficulty of the language, no one did any work of permanent value on the texts till the Dutch scholar A.J.H. Wilhelm Brandt published his arresting studies, Die Mandaeische Religion, Leipzig, 1884, and Mandaeische Schriften, Göttingen, 1803, the latter containing a version of selected pieces from the Genza. Brandt was the real pioneer translator, basing himself on Noldeek's indispensable Mandaean grammar, 1875. His predecessors were either entirely ignorant of the language or indulged mainly in guesswork. Brandt's art. Mandaeans, in Hastings' Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics, 1915, is a valuable summary of his most matured views, and to it I would refer my readers as the best general introduction available. 8. Brandt's philological equipment in so difficult and rare a dialect as Mandaean, however, was not sufficient for the work of full translation. Moreover, he does not seem to me to have sufficiently realized the great importance of the subject for the general history of pre-Christian and early Christian Gnosticism. This, however, was fully recognized by the late Prof. Wilhelm Bucer, who devoted many pages of his admirable study Hauptproblem der Gnosis, Göttingen, 1907, to showing the enormous light which the earliest deposits of the Genza throw on pre- and non-Christian Gnostic notions. Indeed, in this work Bucer gave a quite new historical perspective to Gnostic studies, and showed the great importance of the Mandæan, Coptic Gnostic and Manichaean documents, when critically treated. For tracing the genesis and development of the widespread gnosis of antiquity, which had its proximate origin in the influence of Persian ideas on Babylonian religious traditions from the time of the great kings, 6th century B.C., onwards, with further Hellenistic immixture and modifications after the conquest of Alexander the Great, last third of 4th century BC. There is also a parallel blending and Hellenization of Egyptian mystery lore as seen most clearly in the Trismegistic tradition. More recently Professor R. Reitzenstein, who has done such excellent work on the Trismegistic Gnosis and on the Hellenistic mystery religions, has published a valuable contribution to research in his Das Mandaeische Buch de Heeren der Gross, Heidelberg. 1919. Both these scholars are free from that apologetic tendency to which so few Christian scholars can rise superior in dealing with the Gnosis. But the savant to whom we owe most is Professor Mark Lidzbarski, whose extraordinary knowledge of Aramean dialects and allied Semitic linguistics has at last placed in our hands reliable versions of two of the collections, Das Johannesbuch der Mandaer, Gießen, 1915, and Mandaeische Liturgien, Berlin. 1920, L. has also made a translation of the Genza, the publication of which is eagerly expected. 9. Until this appears it is not possible to be reasonably sure of all one's ground and so get an all-round perspective of it. Meantime, as no really adequate translation of any pieces have so far appeared in English, 10. I think it will be of service to give a selection of renderings from the German of Lidzbarski's John book, so that readers of these pages may become acquainted with specimens of the material, and be in a better position in some measure to appreciate for themselves its nature, quality, and importance. For it may eventually turn out to be one of the most valuable indications we possess for background of Christian origins research. These renderings will be as close to the German as possible, so that readers may have L.'s version practically before them, and the inevitable leakage of translation from translation be reduced to a minimum. Even so, I hope that what seems to me to be the beauty of the original, will not be entirely evaporated. The major part of the material of the liturgies is indubitably in verse, but the John book as well, if not also mainly in verse, as a most competent Aramean scholar assures me, is clearly in rhythmic prose, Kunstprosa, and highly poetical. L. however, has not broken up the lines as in the liturgies. First let us begin with the pieces purporting to give information concerning the person of the prophet. 1. The Gnostic John the Baptizer. Portents at John's birth, section 18. 11. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. A child was planted out of the height, a mystery revealed in Jerusalem. 12 The priests saw dreams, chill seized on their children, chill seized on Jerusalem. Early in the morning he 13 went to the temple. He opened his mouth in blasphemy and his lips of lying. He opened his mouth in blasphemy and spake to all of the priests. In my vision of the night I beheld, in my vision. When I lay there, I slept not and rested not, and sleep came not to me by night. I slept not and rested not, and I beheld, that a star appeared and stood over Enishbai. 14 Fire burned in Old Father, Aba Saba, Zachariah, 15:3 Heaven lights appeared. 16 The sun sank and the lights rose. Fire lit up the house of the people, synagogue, smoke rose over the temple. A quaking quaked in the throne chariot. 17 So that earth removed from her seat. A star flew down into Judea, a star flew down into Jerusalem. The sun appeared by night, and the moon rose by day. When the priests heard this, they cast dust on their head. Yaakov the priest weeps and Benjamin's tears flow. 18 Shirlai and Shalbai 19 cast dust on their heads. Eliezer 20, the chief priest, opened his mouth and spake unto all of the priests. Yaakov interprets dreams, but as yet he has no understanding of these. Benjamin interprets dreams. Is he not a man who discloses your secrets? Awith Makron Biaman 2:1 gives us no revelation, though you deem he can give information on all that is and that is not. Earth groans out of season and is sent a whirl through the heaven spheres. Earth 22 opens her mouth and speaks to Eliezer, go to Liliac 23 that he may interpret the dreams you have seen. Thereon Eliezer opened his mouth and spake unto all of the priests, who goes to Liliac, that he may interpret the dreams you have seen. Then wrote they a letter and put it in the hand of Awith Makron Biaman. Awith Makron Biaman took the letter and betook himself to Liliac. Liliac lay on his bed, sleep had not yet flown from him. A quaking came into his heart, shivered his heart and brought it down from its stay. Awith Makron Biaman drew near to Liliac. Awith Makron Biaman stepped up to Liliac, shook him out of his sleep and spake to him. The priests saw dreams. The above paragraph is repeated verbally down to, and the moon rose by day. When Liliac heard this, he cast dust on his head. Naked, Liliac rose from his bed and fetched the dream book. He opens it and reads in it and looks for what stands there written. He opens it and reads therein and interprets the dreams in silence without reading aloud. He writes them in a letter and expounds them on a leaf. In it he says to them, Woe unto you, all of you priests, for Enishbai shall bear a child. Woe unto you, ye rabbis, for a child shall be born in Jerusalem. Woe unto you, ye teachers and pupils, for Enishbai shall bear a child. Woe unto you, mistress Torah, the law, for Johanna shall be born in Jerusalem. Liliac writes unto them in the letter and says to them, The star, that came and stood over Enishbai, a child will be planted out of the height from above, he comes and will be given unto Enishbai. The fire, that burned in Old Father Zachariah, Johanna will be born in Jerusalem. Awith Makron Biaman took the letter and in haste made off to Jerusalem. He came and found all the priests sitting in sorrow. He took the letter and laid it in the hand of Eliezer. He opens it and reads it and finds in it wondrous discourses. He opens it and reads it and sees what stands therein written. He reads it in silence and gives them no decision about it. Eliezer then took it and laid it in the hand of Old Father Zachariah. He opens it and reads it and sees what stands therein written. He reads it in silence and gives no decision about it. Eliezer now opened his mouth and spake to Old Father Zachariah, Old Father, get thee gone from Judea, lest thou stir up strife in Jerusalem. Old Father then raised his right hand and smote on the head Eliezer, Eliezer, thou great house, thou head of all the priests. If thou in thy inner part knewest thy mother, thou wouldst not dare come into our synagogue. If thou in thy inner part knewest, thou wouldst not dare read the Torah. For thy mother was a wanton. 24 A wanton was she, who did not match with the house of her husband's father. As thy father had not the 100 gold staters for writing her the bill of divorcement, he abandoned her straightway and inquired not for her. Is there a day when I come and look forth 25 and see not Misha bar Amra? 26 Yeah, is there a day when I come without praying in your synagogue, that you, PL, should be false and dishonest and say a word which you have ne'er heard about me? Where is there a dead man who becomes living again, that Enishbai should bear a child? Where is there a blind man who becomes seeing, where is there a lame man for whom his feet walk again, and where is there a mute who learns to read in a book, that Enishbai should bear a child? It is 22 years 27 today that I have seen no wife. Nay, neither through me nor through you will Enishbai bear a child. Then all of the priests arose and said to old father Zachariah, they said, in reproach, Be at rest and keep thy seat, old father, and let the calm of the good, rest upon thee. Old father, if there were no dreams in Judea, then would all that Misha has said, be lying. Rather shall thy word and our word be made good, and the dreams we have seen. Johanna will receive Jordan and be called prophet in Jerusalem. Thereon old father removed himself from their midst, and Eliezer followed him. Then were seen 3 lights, lit lamps, which companied with him, They, the priests, ran up, caught old father by the hem of his robe and said to him, Old father, what is that goes before thee, and what is that follows thee? Then answered he them, O Eliezer, thou great house. Thou head of all of the priests, I know not whom the lights guard which go before me. I know not with whom the fire goes which follows me. But, neither through me nor through you will Enishbai bear a child. Then all the priests rose and said to old father Zachariah, they said, in reproach, Old father Zachariah, be at peace, firm and decided, for the child will be planted from out of the most high height and be given to thee in thy old age. Johanna will be born, Johanna will receive Jordan and be called prophet in Jerusalem. We will be baptized with his baptizing and with his pure sign, will we, be signed. We will take his bread and drink his drink and with him ascend to light's region. All the priests arose and said to old father Zachariah, they said, in reproach, Old father. We will enlighten thee as to thy race 28 and thy fathers, from whom thou hast come forth. There follows a list of prophets and sages, beginning with Moses, which I omit, as it requires a lengthy commentary for which space here does not serve, ending with with Makron Biaman and the schoolteachers have come forth from thy race. The blessed princes, who are thy forebears, old father, all of them have taken no wife and begotten no sons. 29 Yet in their old age 30 each of them had a son. 31 They had sons, and they were prophets in Jerusalem. If now out of thee as well a prophet comes forth, thou dost then revive this race again. Yea, Johanna will be born and will be called prophet in Jerusalem. Then Eliezer opened his mouth and said to old father, Old father. If Johanna receives Jordan, then will I be his servant, be baptized with his baptizing and signed with his pure sign. We will take his bread and drink his drink and with him ascend to light's region. Then old father opened his mouth and said unto all of the priests, If the child comes out of the most high height, what then will you do in Jerusalem? They 32 have taken the child out of the basin of Jordan and laid him in the womb of Enishbai. Life is victorious and victorious is the man 33 who has come hither. John's proclamation concerning himself and his assumption of the prophet's mantle, section 19. Yehia proclaims in the nights, Johanna on the nights evenings. 34. Yhy with Makron proclaims in the nights and says, Through my Father's discourses I give light and through the praise of the man, my Creator, I have freed my soul from the world and from the works that are hateful and wrong. The 735 put question to me, the dead who have not seen life, and they say, In whose strength dost thou stand there, and with whose praise dost thou make proclamation? Thereon I gave to them answer, I stand in the strength of my Father and with the praise of the man, my Creator. I have built no house in Judea, have set up no throne in Jerusalem. I have not loved the wreath of the roses, not commerce with lovely women. I have not loved the defective. 36 Not loved the cup of the drunkards. I have loved no food of the body, and envy has found no place in me. I have not forgotten my night prayer, not forgotten wondrous Jordan. I have not forgotten my baptizing, not forgotten my pure sign. I have not forgotten Sunday. 37 And the day's evening has not condemned me. I have not forgotten Shilmai and Nibdai. 38 Who dwell in the house of the mighty. 39 They clear me and let me ascend, they know no fault, no defect is in me. When Yehia said this, life rejoiced over him greatly. The 7 sent him their greeting and the 1240 made obeisance before him. They said to him, Of all these words which thou hast spoken, thou hast not said a single one falsely. Delightful and fair is thy voice, and none is an equal to thee. Fair is thy discourse in thy mouth and precious thy speech which has been bestowed upon thee. The vesture which first life did give unto Adam, the man, 41 the vesture which first life did give unto Ram, 42 the man, the vesture which first life did give unto Shurbai, 43 the man, the vesture which first life did give unto Shumbarnu. 44, has he given now unto thee? He hath given it thee, O Yehia, that thou mayest ascend, and with thee may those ascend the house of defect. 45 will be left behind in the desert. 46 Everyone who shall be found sinless, will ascend to thee to the light's region. He who is not found sinless, will be called to account in the guardhouses. 47. And life is victorious. John's Light Ship, Section 20. Yehia proclaims in the nights, Johanna on the nights evenings. Yhy with Macron proclaims in the nights and says, In the name of him who is wondrous and all-surpassing. The sun sat in his court. Corona, and the moon sat in the dragon. The 4 winds of the house get them gone on their wings and blow not. 48. The sun opened his mouth and spake unto Yehia. 49 Thou hast 3 bands, and a crown which equals in worth the whole world. Thou hast a ship of Mashklil, 50 which sails about here on the Jordan. Thou hast a great vessel which sails about here, twixt the waters. 51 If thou goest to the house of the great, 1, remember us in the great's presence. Thereon Yehia opened his mouth and spake to the sun in Jerusalem, Thou inquirest about the bands, may the perfect, watch o'er thy crown. This Mashklil ship they have carpentered together 52 with glorious splendor. On the vessel that sails twixt the waters, the seal of the king has been set. She 53 who in thy house 54 plays the wanton, goes hence and approaches the dung house. 55 She seeks to have children from her own proper spouse, 56 and she does not find them. If she then 57 has fulfilled her vow, and she departs, 58 She is unworthy for the house of the life and will not he allot to the light dwelling. And praised be life. John the Ascetic, Section 21. Yehia proclaims in the nights, Johanna on the nights evenings. Yhy with Macron proclaims in the nights and speaks, Stand not I here alone. I go to and fro. Where is a prophet equal to me? Who makes proclamation equal to my proclamations, and who doth discourse with my wondrous voice? When Yehia thus spake, the 2 women weep. Mirjai 59 and Enishbai weep, and for both tears flow. They say, We will go hence, and do thou stay here. See that thou dost not bring us to stumble. Will go hence, and do thou stay here, see that thou dost not bring me to stumble. Will go hence, and do thou stay here, see that thou dost not fill me with sorrow. Then Yehia opened his mouth and spake to Enishbai in Jerusalem, Is there any who could take my place in the height? Is there any who could take my place in the height, so that thou mayest pay for me ransom? If thou canst pay for me ransom, then bring thy jewels and ransom me. If thou canst pay for me ransom, then bring thy pearls and ransom me. If thou canst pay for me ransom, then bring thy gold and ransom me. 60. Thereon Enishbai opened her mouth and spake to Yehia in Jerusalem, Who is thy equal in Judea, who is thy equal in Jerusalem, that I should look on him and forget thee? Who is my equal, that thou shouldst look on him and forget me? Before my voice and the voice of my proclamations the Torah disappeared in Jerusalem. Before the voice of my discourse the readers read no more in Jerusalem. The wantons cease from their lewdness, and the women go not forth to the hither, to me, come the brides in their wreaths, and their tears flow down to the earth. The child in the womb of his mother heard my voice and did weep. The merchants trade not in Judea, and the fishers fish not in Jerusalem. 61 The women of Israel dress not in dresses of color. 62 The brides wear no gold and the ladies no jewels. Women and men look no more at their face in a mirror. Before my voice and the voice of my proclamations the water rose up to the pillars. 63 Because of my voice and the voice of my proclamations the fish brought to me their greetings. Before my voice and the voice of my proclamations the birds made obeisance and said, Well for thee, and again well for thee, Yehia, and well for the man whom thou dost worship. Thou hast set thyself free and won thy release, O Yehia, and left the world empty. The women have not led thee away with their lewdness, and their words have not made thee distracted. Through sweet savours and scents thou hast not forgotten thy Lord from thy mind. Thou hast not made thyself drunken with wine and hast done no deeds of impiety. No backsliding has seized on thee in Jerusalem. Thou hast set thyself free and won thy release and set up thy throne for thee in life's house. And life is victorious. Of Judgment Day, Section 25. Yehia proclaims in the nights, Johanna on the nights evenings. Yhy with Macron proclaims and speaks, Ye nobles, who lie there, ye ladies, who will not awaken, ye who lie there, what will you do on the day of the judgment? When the soul strips off the body, on Judgment Day what will you do? O thou distracted, jumbled up world in ruin! Thy men die, and thy false scriptures are closed. Where is Adam, the first man, who was here head of the Aeon? Where is Hawa, Eve, his wife, out of whom the world was awakened to life? Where is Shiddael, Seth, son of Adam, out of whom worlds and eons arose? Where is Ram and Rud, who belonged to the age of the sword? Where are Shurbai and Sharhabel, who belonged to the age of the fire? Where is Shem bar Nu, Shem, son of Noah, who belonged to the age of the flood? All have departed and have not returned and taken their seats as guardians in this world. 64. The last day, is like a feast day, for which the worlds and the eons are waiting. The planets are, like, fatted oxen, who stand there for the day of the slaughter. The children of this world are, like, fat rams, who stand in the markets for sale. 65. But as for my friends, who pay homage to life, their sins and transgressions will be forgiven them. And life is victorious. The Letter of Truth, Section 26. The introductory formula and beginning of this piece are missing from the Mizas. Johanna is apparently speaking. I take no delight in the eons, I take no delight in all of the worlds, I take no delight in the eons by the Letter of Truth 66 which has come hither. They 67 took the letter and put it in the hand of the Jews. These open it, read in it and see that it does not contain what they would, that it does not contain what their soul wills. They took the letter and put it in the hand of Johanna. Take, Rab Johanna, say they to him, Truth's letter, which has come here to thee from thy father. 68 Johanna opened it and read it and saw in it a wondrous writing. He opened it and read in it and became full of life. 69 This is, says he, what I would, and this does my soul will. Johanna has left his body. 70 His brothers make proclamations, his brothers proclaim unto him on the mount, on Mount Carmel. 71 They 72 took the letter and brought it to Mount Carmel. They read out of the letter to them. 73 And explained to them the writing, to Yakif and Benjamin and Shmuel. 74 They assemble on Mount Carmel. What follows is presumably the beginning of the letter. Gnosis of Life 75 Who is far from the height, writes. I have come unto thee, O soul, whom life has sent into this world. In robes of the 876 went I into the world. I went in the vesture of life and came into the world. The vesture I brought of the 7, I went as far as the 8. The vesture of the 7 I took and took hold of the 8 with my hand. I have taken them, and I take them, and I will take them and not let them go. I have taken them and hold them fast, and the wicked spirits shall change into good. Wherefore do ye weep, generations, wherefore weep ye, O peoples? Wherefore fadeth your splendor? For you have I brought my image, I betook myself into the world. And life is victorious. John's Invulnerability, Section 27. Yehia proclaims in the nights, Johanna on the nights evenings. Yhy with Macron proclaims in the nights and speaks, Is there anyone greater than I? They measure my works, my wage is assayed and my crown, and my praise brings me on high in peace. Yaakov leaves the house of the people, Benjamin leaves the temple, Eliezer, the great house, leaves the dome of the priests. The priest spake unto Yehia in Jerusalem, Yehia, go forth from our city. Before thy voice quaked the house of the people, at the sound of thy proclamations the temple did quake, at the sound of thy discourse quaked the priest's dome. Thereon Yehia answered the priests in Jerusalem, bring fire and burn me. Bring sword and hew me in pieces. But the priests in Jerusalem answered to Yehia, fire does not burn thee, O Yehia, for life's name has been uttered o'er thee. A sword does not hew thee in pieces, O Yehia, for life's sun 77 rests here upon thee. And life is victorious. John and the Baptism of Jesus, Section 30. Yehia proclaims in the nights, Johanna on the night's evenings. Yhy with Macron proclaims in the nights. Glory rises over the worlds. Who told Yeshu, Eshu? Who told Yeshu Messiah, son of Miriam, who told Yeshu, so that he went to the shore of the Jordan and said, unto Yehia, Yehia, baptize me with thy baptizing and utter o'er me also the name thy wont is to utter. If I show myself as thy pupil, I will remember thee then in my writing, I attest not myself as thy pupil, then wipe out my name from thy page. Thereon Yehia answered Yeshu Messiah in Jerusalem, thou hast lied to the Jews and deceived the priests. Thou hast cut off their seed from the men and from the women bearing and being pregnant. The Sabbath, which Moses made binding, hast thou relaxed 78 in Jerusalem. Thou hast lied unto them with horns 79 and spread abroad disgrace with the shofar. Thereon Yeshu Messiah answered Yehia in Jerusalem, if I have lied to the Jews, may the blazing fire consume me. If I have deceived the priests, a double death will I die. If I have cut off their seed from the men, may I not cross o'er the NC. If I have cut off from the women birth and being pregnant, then is in sooth a judge raised up before me. If I have relaxed the Sabbath, may the blazing fire consume me. If I have lied to the Jews, I will tread on thorns and thistles. If I have spread disgrace abroad with horn blowing, may my eyes then not light on Abathur. 80 So baptize me then with thy baptizing, and utter o'er me the name thy wont is to utter. If I show myself as thy pupil, I will remember thee then in my writing, if I attest not myself as thy pupil, then wipe out my name from thy page. Then spake Yehia to Yeshu Messiah in Jerusalem, a stammerer becomes not a scholar, a blind man writes no letter. A desolate house 81 mounts not to the height, and a widow becomes not a virgin. Foul water becomes not tasty, and a stone does not with oil soften. Thereon Yeshu Messiah made answer to Yehia in Jerusalem, a stammerer a scholar becomes, a blind man writes a letter. A desolate house mounts unto the height, and a widow becomes a virgin. Foul water becomes tasty, and a stone with oil softens. Thereon spake Yehia unto Yeshu Messiah in Jerusalem, if thou givest me illustration for this, thou art, really, a wise Messiah. Thereon Yeshu Messiah made answer to Yehia in Jerusalem, a stammerer a scholar becomes, a child who comes from the bearer, blooms and grows big. Through wages and alms he comes on high. He comes on high through wages and alms, and ascends and beholds the light's region. A blind man who writes a letter, a villain who has become virtuous. He abandoned wantonness and abandoned theft and reached unto faith in almighty life. A desolate house who ascends again to the height, one of position who has become humble. He quitted his palaces and quitted his pride and built a house on the sea, shore. A house he built on the sea, shore, and into it opened 2 doors, so that he might bring in unto him whoever lay down there in misery, to him he opened the door and took him within to himself. If he would eat, he laid for him a table with truth, if he would drink, he mixed for him, cups, with truth, if he would lie down, he spread a bed for him in truth. If he would depart, he led him forth on the way of truth. He led him forth on the way of truth and of faith, and then he ascends and beholds the light's region. A widow who a virgin becomes, a woman who already in youth has been widowed. She kept her shame closed, and sat there till her children were grown. 82 If she passes over, her face does not pale in her husband's 83 presence. Foul water that is made tasty, a girl wanton who has got back her honor, she went up a hamlet and she went down a hamlet without taking her veil from her face. A stone with oil softens, a heretic who has come down from the mountain. 84 He abandoned magic and sorcery and made confession to almighty life. He found a fatherless and filled him full and filled full the widow's pockets. Therefore baptize me, O Yehia, with thy baptizing and utter o'er me the name thy wont is to utter. If I show myself as thy pupil, I will remember thee in my writing, if I attest not myself as thy pupil, then wipe out my name from thy page. Thou wilt for thy sins be haled to account, and I for my sins will be haled to account. When Yeshu Messiah said this, there came a letter out of the house of Abathur, Yehia, baptize the deceiver in Jordan. Lead him down into the Jordan and baptize him, and lead him up again to the shore, find there set him. Then Ruha 85 made herself like to a dove and threw a cross 86 over the Jordan. A cross she threw over the Jordan and made its water to change into various colors. 87 O Jordan, she says, thou sanctifiest me and thou sanctifiest my 7 sons. Then follows what, from its animadversion on Christian institutions and especially on the use of the crucifix, is plainly a later addition. Ruha is apparently still speaking, she is the mother of all heresies. The Jordan in which Messiah Paulus 88 was baptized, have I made into a trough. 89 The bread which Messiah Paulus receives, have I made into a sacrament. The drink which Messiah Paulus receives, have I made into a supper. The headband which Messiah Paulus receives, have I made into a priesthood. 90 The staff which Messiah Paulus receives, have I made into a dung stick. 91. Gnosis of Life Speaks, cp. Section 29. Let me warn you, my brothers, let me warn you, my beloved. Let me warn you, my brothers, against the, who are like unto the cross. They lay it on the walls, then stand there and bow down to the block. Let me warn you, my brothers, of the God which the carpenter has joinered together. If the carpenter has joinered together the God, who then has joinered together the carpenter? Praised be life, and life is victorious. For those who are not familiar with the atmosphere of bitter inner and outer theological strife of the times, it is as well to note that the last 2 pieces are in the form of Haggadic controversy between the followers of John and Jesus respectively. John's marriage, section 31. Yehia proclaims in the nights, Johanna on the nights evenings. Yhy with Macron proclaims in the nights and speaks, the heavenly wheels and chariots. 92 Quaked. Sun and moon weep and the eyes of Ruha 93 shed tears. He 94 says, Yehia, thou art like to a scorched mountain, which brings forth no grapes in this world. Thou art like to a dried up stream, on whose banks no plants are raised. Thou hast become a land without a lord, a house without worth. A false prophet hast thou become, who hast left no one to remember thy name. Who will provide thee with provision, who with victuals, and who will follow to the grave after thee? When Yehia heard this, a tear gathered in his eye. A tear in his eye gathered, and he spake, it would be pleasant to take a wife, and delightful for me to have children. But only if I take no woman, and then comes sleep, desire for her seizes me and I neglect my night prayer. If only desire does not waken me, and I forget my Lord out of my mind. If only desire does not waken me, and I neglect my prayer every time. When Yehia said this, there came a letter from the house of Abathur, Yehia, take a wife and found a family, and see that thou dost not let this world come to an end. On the night of Monday and on the night of Tuesday go to thy first 95 bedding. On the night of Wednesday and on the night of Thursday devote thyself to thy hallowed praying. On the night of Friday and on the night of Saturday go to thy first bedding. On the night of Sunday and on the night of the day devote thyself to thy hallowed praying. On Sunday, take 3 and leave 3, take 3 and leave 3.96 See that thou dost not let the world come to an end. Thereon they 97 fashioned for Yehia a wife out of thee, thou region of the faithful. 98 From the first conception were Handan and Sharath born. From the middle conception were Biram and Rimathai born. From the last conception were Nab, Sam, Anharziwa less than and Sharath greater than born. 99 These three conceptions took place in thee, thou ruins, Jerusalem. Yehia opened his mouth and spake to Anhar in Jerusalem, instruct thy daughter, that she may not perish. And I will enlighten my sons and teach them, that they may not be hindered. Thereon Anhar opened her mouth and spoke to Yehia in Jerusalem. I have borne sons in this world, said she to him, yet have I not given birth to, their, heart 100 in the world. If they let themselves be instructed, then will they ascend to light's region. If they let not themselves be instructed, then will the blazing fire consume them. John on his own passing, section 31 continued. Yehia opened his mouth and spake to Anhar in Jerusalem, if I leave the world, tell me, what wilt thou do after me? I will not eat and will not drink, she answered him, until I see thee again. A lie hast thou spoken, Anhar, and thy word has come forth in deception. If a day comes and goes, thou eatest and drinkest and forgettest me out of thy mind. I ask thee rather, by great life and by the eve of the day whose name is dear, if I leave the world, tell me, what wilt thou do after me? I will not wash and I will not comb me, says she to him, until I see thee again. Again hast thou spoken a lie and thy word has come forth in deception. If a month comes and a month goes, thou washest and combest thee and forgettest me out of thy mind. Again did I ask thee, Anhar, by the first bed in which we both lie, if I leave my body, tell me, what wilt thou do after me? I will put on no new garments, she answers him, until I see thee again. Again hast thou spoken a lie, Anhar, and thy word has come forth in deception. If a year comes and a year goes, thou puttiest new garments on thee and forgettest me out of thy mind. Why dost thou not tell me all, Yehia, says she to him? And how sorely thou bruisest the whole of my body. If thou dost depart, when wilt thou return, that my eyes may fall upon thine? If a woman in labor descends into Sheol 101 and a bell is hung up for her in the graveyard. If they paint a picture in Sheol, and she then goes forth and they give a feast in the graveyard. If a bride parades round in Sheol, and they celebrate marriage in the graveyard. If the wedding companions borrow in Sheol, and the paying back takes place in the graveyard 102. Then answered she him, My lord, how shall it be that a woman in labor? And so on, repeating the above. If thou knowest, he makes answer unto her, that this does never happen, why dost thou press me with asking, when dost thou return? I go hence and return not. Happy the day when thou dost still see me. If there were a going away and returning, then would no widow be found in this world. If there were a going away and returning, then would no fatherless be found in the world. If there were a going away and returning, then no Nazareans would be found in the world. Thereon Anhar opened her mouth and spake to Yehia in Jerusalem, I will buy thee for dear gold a brick grave 103 and have a boxing of wood 104 joinered together for thee in the graveyard. But Yehia opened his mouth and spake to Anhar in Jerusalem, Why wilt thou buy a brick grave for dear gold and have a boxing of wood joinered for me in the graveyard? Art sure that I am returning, that thou dost say, No dust shall fall on him? Instead of buying a brick grave for dear gold, go rather and share out for me bread. Instead of getting a boxing joinered together, go rather and read for me masses for the departed. Thereon Anhar opened her mouth and spake to Yehia in Jerusalem, Thou dost go hence and forget me, and I shall be cut off in the sinner's dwelling 105. But Yehia answered her, If I forget thee, may the light dwelling forget me. If I forget thee, may my eyes not fall on Abathur. If I ascend to life's house, thy wailing will arise in the graveyard. Praised be life, and life is victorious. John's birth, upbringing and first appearance, section 32. Yehia proclaims in the nights, Johanna on the nights evenings. Yhy with Macron proclaims in the nights and speaks, the heavenly wheels and chariots quaked. Earth and heaven weep and the tears of the clouds flow down. My father, says Yehia, was 99 and my mother 88 years old. Out of the basin of Jordan they 106 took me. They bore me up and laid me in the womb of Enishbai. 9 months, said they, thou shalt stay in her womb, as do all other children. 107 No wise woman, 108 said he, brought me into the world in Judea, and they have not cut my cord in Jerusalem. They made for me no picture of lies, and for me hung up no bell of deceit. 109 I was born from Enishbai in the region of Jerusalem. The region of Jerusalem quakes and the wall of the priests rocks. Eliezer, the great house, stands there and his body trembles. The Jews gather together, come unto old father Zachariah and they speak to him, O old father Zachariah, thou art to have a son. Tell us now, what name shall we give him? Shall we give him for name, Yaakov of wisdom, that he may teach the book in Jerusalem? Or shall we give him for name, Zayton the pillar? 110 So that the Jews may swear by him and commit no deceit. When Enishbai heard this, she cried out and she said, Of all these names which you name, will I not give him one, but the name Yehohanan will I give him, the name, which life's self has given unto him. When the Jews heard this, they were filled with wicked anger against her and said, What weapon shall we make ready for, a certain, 111 and his mother, that he be slain by our hand? When Enosh 112 the treasure 113 heard this betook the child and brought it to Parwan, the white mountain, to Mount Parwan, on which sucklings and little ones on holy drink are reared up. 114. There I remained, until I was 22 years old. 115 I learned there the whole of my wisdom and made fully my own the whole of my discourse. They clothed me with vestures of glory and veiled me with cloud veils. 116 They wound round me a girdle. 117 Of living water a girdle, which shone beyond measure and glistened. They set me within a cloud of splendor, and in the 7th hour of a Sunday they brought me to the Jerusalem region. Then cried a voice in Judea, a crying proclaimed in Jerusalem. They call out, What woman had a son, who then was stolen? What woman has made for him a vow? 118 And been heedless about it? What woman had a son, who was stolen? Let her come and see after her son. Who told Baptizer, who instructed Baptizer, who told Baptizer to go and say to Enishbai, A youth has come to Judea, a prophet come to Jerusalem. A youth has come to Judea, his guardian angel stands by him. His mouth is like thee and his lips, like, his father, old father Zachariah. His eyes are like thee and his brows, like, his father, old father Zachariah. His nose is like thee and his hands, like, his father, old father Zachariah. When Enishbai heard this, she hurried out veilless. When old father Zachariah saw her thus, he wrote her a bill of divorcement. The sun down murmured from heaven and the moon from its place mid the stars. The sun opened his mouth and spoke to old father Zachariah in Jerusalem, Old father Zachariah, thou great dotard, who has grown old and lost his wits, like an Arab whom his kismet has forsaken. 119 A youth has come to Judea, a prophet come to Jerusalem. A youth has come to Judea, why dost thou send Enishbai away? When the youth saw her alone, he set himself free and fell down from the cloud. He set himself free and fell down from the cloud and kissed the mouth of Enishbai. When Enosh, the treasure, saw him do this, he spake unto Yehia in Jerusalem, Stands it for thee written in thy book, is it declared unto thee on thy page, to kiss her alone, on the mouth? Thereon answered Yehia and spake unto Enosh, the treasure, in Jerusalem, 9 months I abode in her womb. 120 So long as all other children abide there, without any reluctance on her part. Therefore is it no charge against me now to kiss her alone, on the mouth. Nay, hail and again hail to the man who repays father and mother in full. A man who recompenses father and mother, has not his like in the world. When Yehia said this, Enosh, the treasure, knew that Yehia is wise. Thereon Enosh, the treasure, spake to the son in Jerusalem, Take for me care of the youth, the man, who is sent by the king. Take for me care of the youth, until we ask for him. Then Enosh, the treasure, spake to the moon in Jerusalem, Take for me care of the youth, the man, who is sent by the king. Take for me care of the youth, until we ask for him. Life is exalted and is victorious, and victorious is the man who has come hither. John's answer to Jesus concerning the angel of death, section 33. Yehia proclaims in the nights, Johanna on the night's evenings. Yhy with Macron proclaims and speaks, stand I not alone. Because of my voice the heavenly wheels quake and the chariots capsize. The tempest became silent and settled down in the world's deserts. Sun and moon wail, and earth and heaven mourn. Messiah opened his mouth and spake to Yehia in Jerusalem, I ask thee, Yehia, by great life and by Sunday, whose name is dear. I ask thee Yehia, by the way, whereby the men of piety put to the test go without hindrance. Tell me, to what is the shape of Orles 121 knife-like? Tell me, if the soul leaves the body, with what is it clothed, and to what is it like in the vain body? Surely the soul is not possibly like the blood, that it should become heated in the body and come to a stop in it. Surely the soul is not possibly like the wind, that it should fare to the mountains, be lost there and come to a stop. Surely the soul is not possibly like the dew, that it should fall on the fruit and be lost. When Messiah said this, Yehia cries aloud. Tears come to him without ceasing, and he speaks, God, forbid that the high King of light should look for lot in deceivers. The soul is not like the blood, that it should become heated in the body and come to a stop, the soul is not like the dew, that it should fall on the fruit and be lost. The soul is not like the wind, that it should fare to the mountains and come to a stop. Firmly developed has the soul been brought into the vain body. If the soul has kept herself perfect, she ascends in a garment of glory. Orles knife consists of 3 flames. 122 When he drives her, the soul, to hasten, so as to bear her away, he lets loose the 3 flames against her. One he lets loose against her in the evening, the other at cockcrow. The third lets he loose gainst her at the coming forth of the rays. If the fire begins to be fierce, the soul slips out of the feet and the knees. Out of the feet and the knees slips she, and draws nigh to the hips. Thereon leaves she the hips, reaches the heart, and seeks to keep there her ground. Then falls she into the breast, and it squeezes. The eyes, the face, and the lips of the man twitch, and the tongue twists hither and thither. Then Orel sits on the eyebrows, he sits, and speaks to her, Go hence, O soul. Why dost thou still watch over the body? Then says she to him, Thou wilt hale me, Orel, out of the body. First show me my vesture, and clothe me therewith. Then hale me out and hence bring me. First bring me thy works and thy wage, makes he answer to her, then will I show thee thy vesture and clothe thee. I knew not, O Orel, says she to him, that my time is come, and they then send quickly for me, for doing good works, so that thou mayest bring me my vesture and clothe me therewith. Natheless he made answer unto her, Has no one yet died before thee, and have they not yet carried forth anyone to the graveyard? Thereon she says to him, Through the power of him who has died before me, and through the power of him whom they have carried forth to the graveyard. 123. The women, who wept ran hither and thither, and the men, who wailed ran hither and thither, as long as the body lay there before them. When the soul leaves the body, for 124 go forth to the graveyard. The women, who wept ran hither and thither. The men who wailed ran hither and thither, and they ran hither and thither crying, until they lowered it into the pit. When they had lowered the vain body and covered it over, sc with earth, then the women ceased from their death wail. They filled up the pit, and the men went away. In haste left they the body in grave and went away, they took hold of cup and ate bread and forgot the vain body. Now, and thou wilt, Orel, let me stay here still 2 days. Then will I sell the whole of my goods and share out among my sons, and will take my vesture with me, the robe that ascends to light's region. Natheless Orel returned answer unto her, Is there a child that has left the womb of its mother, and that they shall have brought back again into its mother, that I should leave thee in the wicked one's 125 dwelling? So that thou mayest see after a sharing among thy sons. I will lead thee hence and put the robe of darkness upon, thee, for that thou hast not let thyself be warned in this world, and hast not loved thy way to light's region. Therefore shalt thou be put in ward in the house of the wicked, till heaven and earth pass away. And praised be life. 2. The story of the breach with Judaism. Mirai is expelled from Jewry, section 34. In the name of great life, may hallowed light be glorified. Mirai am I, of the kings of Babel 126 a daughter of Jerusalem's mighty rulers. They have given me birth, the priests brought me up. In the fold of their robe they carried me up into the dark house, into the temple. Adonai laid a charge on my hands and on my 2 arms, I must scour and cleanse the house, that is, without firmness. There is not therein for supporting the poor, not to revive the tormented souls. My father went to the house of the people, my mother went to the temple. My father went out and said to me, and my mother went out and charged me, Mirai, close thy inner doors and bolt the bar. See that thou goest not forth into the main streets and that the sons of my Lord 127 fall not upon thee. But I, Mirai, listened not to what my mother did tell me, and hearkened not with the ear to what my father did charge me. I opened the inner doors, and the outer let I stand open. Out went I into the main streets and the sons of my Lord fell upon me. To the house of the people would I not go, but my way bore me unto the temple, sc of the Mandæans. I went and I found my brothers and sisters, how they stand and carry on proclamations. My brothers carry on proclamations and my sisters throw out explanations. 128 With the voice of their proclamations and with the voice of their explanations I became drowsy and laid me down on the spot. 129 My brothers went forth and did not wake me, and my sisters withdrew and roused me not. But thou, my sister in truth, 130 dost rouse me from sleep and dost say, Arise, arise, Mirai, before the day breaks and the cock lets crow his morn call, before the sun shines and his glory rises over the worlds. Before the priests and the priests' sons go forth and sit them down in the shade of the ruins, Jerusalem, before thy father comes and brings upset upon thee such as thou never hast had. I, Mirai, keep secret my prayers and utterly secret keep my discourses. Early, day began to dawn, early the cock let crow his call, early the sun shone and his glory rose over the worlds. The priests and priests' sons went out and sat them down in the shade of the ruins, Jerusalem. Then came my bodily father and brought on me upset such as I never have had. He spake. Where hast come from, thou debauched trough, whom locks and bars cannot keep in? Where hast thou come from? Woe unto thee, thou bitch in heat, who mindest not door dash, pins and lockings. Where hast thou come from? Woe, woe unto thee, thou bit of coarse stuff that has been patched on my robe. If I am a debauched trough, I will burst thy boltings and bars. If I am a bitch in beat, I will draw back the pins and the lockings. If I am a bit of coarse stuff that has been patched on thy robe, then out of thy robe cut and rip me. Thereon he cried, Come, PL, look on Mirai, who has left Jewry and gone to make love with her lord. Come, look on Mirai, who has left off-colored raiment and gone to make love with her lord. She forsook gold and silver and went to make love with her lord. She forsook the phylacteries 131 and went to make love with the man with the headband. 132. Then Mirai makes answer unto him, Far lies it from me to love him whom I have hated. Far lies it from me to hate him whom I have loved. Nay, far from me lies it to hate my Lord, the life's gnosis, who is for me in the world a support. A support is he in the world for me and a helper in the light's region. Dust in the mouth of the Jews, ashes in the mouth of all of the priests. May the dung that is under the feet of the horses, come on the high ones and Jerusalem's mighty rulers. Life is exalted and is victorious, and victorious is the man who has come hither. A variant of the above from the Oxford, Mississippi, LSJ, B, pages 123 to 125. In the name of great life, may hallowed light be glorified. At the door of the house of the people her mother came upon Mirai. Her mother came upon Miriam and put question to her, Whence comest thou, my daughter, Miriam, whose face gathers roses? Roses gathers thy face and of sleep are thy eyes full. Full of sleep are thy eyes, and upon thy forehead lies slumber. Thereon she made answer, It is 2-3 days today that my brothers sat down in the house of my father. In my father's house sat down my brothers and let wonderful proclamations be heard. Because of the voice and the ringing of the proclamation of the treasures, my brothers, there comes no sleep over my eyes. Sleep comes not over my eyes, nor slumber upon my forehead. Hast thou not heard, Miriam, my daughter, what the Jews are saying about thee? The Jews are saying, Thy daughter has fallen in love with a man. She has gotten hate against Jewry and love for Nazorianity. Hate has she gotten against the house of the people and love for the door of the temple, sc of the Hate has she gotten against the phylacteries and love for the flaunting wreaths. Work does she on Sabbath, on Sunday she keeps her hands still. Miriam has cast aside straightway the law that the seven have laid upon us. As Miriam stands there, she puts dust on her feet and speaks, dust in the mouth of the Jews and ashes in the mouth of all of the priests. May the dung that lies under the horses, come on the elders who are in Jerusalem. I cannot hate him whose love I have won, nor love him, gainst whom I have gotten hate. Yea, I have won the love of my Lord the life's gnosis, and hope, that in him a helper will for me arise, a helper and a support from the region of darkness unto light's region. Thou hast won the victory, gnosis of life, and helped all thy friends to victory. And life is victorious. The exiled communities settle on the Euphrates, section 35. In the name of great life, may hallowed light be glorified. Miriam am I, a vine, a tree, who stands at the mouth of Euphrates, Frash. The tree's leaves are precious stones, the tree's fruits pearls. The vine tree's foliage is glory, its shoots precious light. Among the trees its scent it diffuses, and it spreads over all the worlds. The birds of the air scented it, a flock settled down on the tree. A flock on it down settled, and they would build their nest there. They flutter about in it and settle not down in it firmly. Of its foliage they eat, from its inner part they drink wine. They eat what is not to be cast away, and drink what was not wine. 133. While the birds sat on the vine, winds and tempests broke loose. They shook the good birdlets awake, they smote, gainst the tree, on all sides they scattered the leaves of the vine tree and scared the birds out of their place. Many a bird there was who flew not away, but held on fast with claws and with wings, till the winds and the tempests were over. Many again held not on fast and were hurried away. Woe unto those who did not hold fast, but were dashed from the tree and flew off. How fair is the tree of life and fair the birds who dwell on it. The winds and the tempests passed and rest came over the world. As the birds sit there and chirp and would be building their nest, as the birds sit on the vine, an eagle wheeled and flew hither. A white eagle, bird 134 came, looked down and caught sight of the birds. Round wheeled he, sped down on them with his wings, and came and sat on the tree. In converse with him joined the birds, and said to him, By thy life, eagle! On this tree were we birds without number. But there broke loose against them the winds, and on the tree came raging tempests. They shook them off from the tree, so that they tore their wings from them, nearly. Many a one held fast, whom the winds and tempests could not tear away. But many a one flew off at top speed. We speak to thee, therefore, O eagle, we ask thee respecting the birds, because thou art sharp of sight and dost see all in this world, what have the winds and the tempests done with those birds, our brothers? What spiest thou out, over them? Then made he answer unto them, You had better not to have known, my brothers, what has become of those birds. Slingshots drove them far from me, their wings broke, torn off were they, broken off. They went hence and relied on the birdcatchers. 135 The harrier and hawk wheeled round them, tore pieces out of their flesh and fed on those who were fat. Woe to those who fell prey to the water. 136 If there was no portion for them at the crossing. Well for you, ye birds, who hold fast to this vine, here, you became a companionship of Mirai, the vine, who stands at the mouth of Euphrates. See and satisfy yourselves, ye birds, that I have come to you. I have come to my brothers to be a support for them in this world. I have come to heal Mirai, come, to bring water to the good, beloved plants, to the vines, who stand at the mouth of Euphrates. In a white 137 pail I draw water and bring it to my plants. I bear and I hold it, on the arms of glory which are my own. I bear and I hold it, and give them to drink. Well for him who has drunk of my water. He drinks, finds healing and confirmation, and grows to double his stature. The vines who drank water, brought forth good fruit. Their leaves turned on high and made a brave show. The branches which drank no water, brought forth bitter herbs and wormwood. Woe to those who have not gone forward upon the way, woe to those who have not passed on by the way stone. They hated life's treasure house 138 Mirai, the dear truth. My brothers, hold fast, be a companionship of Mirai. I will look round in the world, let life's call sound forth and rouse the sleeping and wake them. The eagle flew off from the tree, he wheeled round and instructed his friends. He speaks to them, give ear to me, my brothers. Stay fast and endure persecution. Be a companionship to Mirai. Woe to the Jews, who were a persecution for Mirai. Woe to Eliezer, the great house, the pillar that props the temple. Woe to Zayton, the pillar 139 who has witnessed lies against Mirai. The Jews persecute the Mandæans, section 35 continued. All the Jews gathered together, the teachers, the great and the little. They came, together, and spake of Mirai, she ran away from the priests, fell in love with a man, and they took hold of each other's hands. Hold of each other's hands they took, went forth and settled at the mouth of Euphrates. We will slay them and make Mirai scorned in Jerusalem. A stake 140 will we set up for the man who has ruined Mirai and led her away. There shall be no day in the world when a stranger 141 enters Jerusalem. They split open their fellings and catch the doves in Jerusalem. 142. They beg them to return, section 35 continued. All the Jews gathered together and followed after Mirai. They went and found that a throne was set up for Mirai on the bank of Euphrates. A white standard was for her unfurled and a book stood upright on her lap. She reads in the books of truth and rouses all worlds from their sleep. She holds in her hand the staff of life's water, the girdle is bound round her loins. Mirai in humbleness prays and proclaims with wondrous voice. The fishes gather out of the sea, the birds 143 from the mouth of Euphrates. They come to hear Mirai's voice, and no more long to lie down to sleep. They breathe in the sweet scent around her and forget the world. When the Jews saw this, they stood up before her. They felt shamed, doubled their fists, smote on the forecourt of their breast and lamented. The mother of Mirai spoke, and tears streamed into her bosom. Look on me, Mirai, my daughter, says she unto her, look on me who am thy mother. My daughter art thou and the daughter of all of the priests. Thy head is the great chief of the temple. Rememberest thou not, Mirai, that the Torah lay on thy lap? Thou didst open it, read therein and knewest what stands in it. The outer keys lay in thy hands, and the inner thou didst put in chains. 144 All the priests and priests' sons came and kissed thy hand. For whom thou wouldst, thou didst open the door, whom thou wouldst not, must turn and go back to his seat. 1,000 stand there and 2,000 sit there. They submit themselves to thee, as a eunuch made slave, and they give ear to thy word in Jerusalem. Why didst thou forget thy brothers and thy heart abandon the priests? Lo, the brides weep in Judea, the women and men in Jerusalem. Their beloved gold have they cast from them, and they give themselves up to wailing and mourning for thee. They say, we will make away with our goods, until Mirai returns. Gold forge we no longer, and cast away fair raiments of silk and bracelets. They stand on the roofs and look out, that they may see thee again in Jerusalem. For thee they make vows, if thou comest to me and we go hence. My daughter, arise, come back to thy dwelling place, the city Jerusalem. Come, light up thy lamps, which have been put out from the day when thou withdrewest thyself. 145 Have no longing after this man, who has prisoned thee and taken thee off. Leave the man, who is not of thy dwelling place. 146 Alone by himself in the world. Let him not say, I have gone and carried off Miriam from her place. Come, teach the children, so that they may learn. Lay the Torah in thy lap and let us hear thy voice as it used to be. From the moment and the day when thou didst detach the dough. 147 Has it been covered up. When Miriam heard this from her mother, she laughed and rejoiced in her mind. It surely could not be the Jews, says she unto her, the infamous, worthless priests. It surely would not be the Jews who stand there and bow down to a brick grave. 148 They shall be buried in the darkness. Go, go, says she unto them, ye fools, ye abortions. 149 Ye who are not of the world. 150 I am no woman who is stripped for wantoning, and it is not that I have fallen in love with a man. Stripped am I not for returning to you and for again seeing you, doming of blasphemy. Go, go hence from me, ye who have witnessed falsehood and lying against me. Against me ye witnessed wantonness and thieving, and held me up as ye are yourselves. Blessed be the man who freed me from my fetters and planted my feet here. No wantonness have I committed with him and attempted no theft in the world. Instead of the witness ye have witnessed against me, there come to me prayer and praise-giving. As the priests stand there and speak with Miriam at the mouth of Euphrates, there came a pure eagle-bird, whose wings are the fullness of worlds. 151 He flew down on the Jews, dashed at them with his wings, bound them and sank them down unto the water's bottom, deeper, down, than the foul-smelling mud. He sank them deeper down than the blazing water, that is inside the dark water. He sank their ships down to the blazing water's bottom. He destroyed the temple and laid fire to Jerusalem. 152 He brought down all upon them and in Jerusalem slew the disciples. He descended unto her, Miriam, folded before her his wings, settled down by her, narrated and proclaimed to her, and they held out the loved hand of truth to each other. He embraced her in potent embracing, forced her down and set her on the throne. Miriam, he speaks to her, with favor look upon me, remember me in the life's presence. I am thy good messenger, the man, who gives ear to thy discourse. I beseech thee for the high truth, the truth which the Jordans have chosen. O good treasure, she makes answer unto him, treasure whom life has sent. Thy glory and thy light has risen upon us, and thy honor is approved in light's region. Everyone who gives ear to thy voice, will be in the pure region included. In life's treasury will he be included and thy rays will rise, over him, twofold. For everyone who gives not ear to thy voice, waking and sleep will be wiped out. Let him belong to the Jews, to the slaves and all of the priests, the sons of the harlot. I and thou will circle aloft and victorious mount to light's region. May life be our pledge, and life is victorious. 3. Some typical extracts. Under the first two headings readers have been made acquainted with all those pieces from the Mandæan John book that can be held to have in any sense a historic intention. To these are now added a few extracts of such specimens of the rest of the contents as do not require a commentary. We will begin with the Fisher of Souls tractate from the John book. It seems to me to throw great light on the symbolic phrase of the Gospels, indeed to give it a background, and not to be explained in reverse order as the Mandæan expansion of an isolated Christian expression. The Fisher of Souls Saga, sections 36 through 39, 153. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. A fisher am I, a fisher who elect is among fishers. A fisher am I who among the fishers is chosen, the head of all catchers of fish. I know the shallows of the waters, the inner and the I fathom, I come to the net grounds, to the shallows and all fishing spots, and search the marsh in the dark all over. My boat is not cut off, from the others, and I shall not be stopped in the night. I see the fish 154 in. On, the dike. I pressed forward on the way with a, that was not of iron. I covered, the, which was for us an obstruction. Aside did I push the swimmers who hinder life's way. On my head I set up a, in whose shadow the fish sit. The fisher trident which I have in my hand, is instead a martina select, a staff of pure water, at whose sight tremble the fishers. I sit in a boat of glory and come into this world, Tibble, of the fleeting. I come to the water's surface, thither to the surface of the water I drew, and I drew to the crossing surface. I come in slow, steady course. The water by my boat is not ruffled, and no sound of my boat is heard. Before me stands Hibil, Abel, at my side Shealtiel, Seth, of sweet name is to be seen, close by me, close in front of me, Enosh, Enoch, sits and proclaims. They say, O Father, good fisher, hello. O fisher of lovable name. Close by me, close near my boat, I hear the uproar. Of the fishers who eat fish, 155 and their stench rushes on me, the uproar of the fishers and the uproar of their mongers who revile and curse one another. Everyone accuses the other. The buyer says to the fisher, take back, thy fish. They are stinking already, and no one wants to buy them off of me. Thou makest the catch far out at sea, 156 so that loss falls on the buyer. Thereon speaks the fisher and makes the man, his customer, here, a curse on thee, a curse on thy buyers, a curse on thy bell, 157 a curse on thy boat for not filling up. Thou hast brought no salt and sprinkled it over thy fish which thou boughtest, so that the fish of thy boat will not be stinking and thou then canst sell for hard cash. Next, hast thou no meal and no dates brought, no salt hast thou brought. If then thou comest with empty hands, one who is of fair favor has no dealing with thee. Go, go, thou godless fellow, buy not from us to do business with thy fraudulent scales. Thou holdest them down to buy at false weight, then in selling, keepest them up with thy elbow and gettest 10 for 5. Now does thy buying flee away, and thy buyer, and is as though it never had been. Thou dost complain of men and dost cherish no noble thought. When the chief fisher, the head of the race of the living, the highest of all catchers of fish, heard this, he said to him, Enosh, bring me my. Hand me the skubra, 158 that I may make a call sound forth into the marsh, that I may warn the fish of the depths and scare away the foul-smelling birds that pursue after my fish. I will catch the great Sidma, 159 and tear off his wings on the spot. I will take from him and will blow into my skubra. A true skubra is it, so that the water may not mix with pitch. When the fishers heard the call, their heart fell down from its stay. One calls to the other and speaks to him, go into thy inner ground. For there is the call of the fisher who eats no fish. His voice is not like that of a fisher, his skubra not like our skubra. His voice is not like our voice, his discourse not like to this world. But the fishers stand there, they seek not shelter in their inner ground. As the fishers stand there and are thinking it over, the fisher came swiftly upon them, he opened the cast net, divided. He cast them bound into the. He tied them up with knots. They speak to him, free us from our bonds, so that thy fish may not leap up to our boat. We catch not those who name thy name. When the fishers thus spake to me, I smote them with a club made of iron. I bound their traders on the shore which lends not. I roped them with ropes of bast and broke up their ships. I burnt up the whole of their netting and the which holds the nets together. I threw chains round them and hung them up aft on my ship's stern. I made them take an oath. Took from them their mystery, in order that they may not catch the good fish, that they may not steal them from me, stick them on a cane, hang them up. 160 I cut them in pieces and throw them into baskets, with laurel and aloe. They, the fishers, are laid low and cannot rise up. The nets. And they no longer stab the fisher trident into the Jordan. They do not cut off and stand not in the river lands and make not their catch in the shallows. They cast not the cast net therein and take not an aloe. I spake to those who eat of the fish whose name is eel. They eat the eel and the, which stands upright on its 4 feet. They eat I bound them in the marshes of deception, and they were caught and were tied up. Water from the Ulai they drink not and know not the way to the Kshash river. 161 I bound them fast in their ships, and threw out my ropes to the good ones. To them I speak, draw your boat up here, so that it runs not into the dike. As the chief of the fish catchers thus spake, the fishers made answer unto him and said, Blessed be thou, a fisher, and blessed be thy boat and thy bark. How fair is thy cast net, how fair the yarn that is in it. Fair is thy cord and thy lacing, thou who art not like the fishers of this world. On thy meshes are no shellfish, and thy trident catches no fish. Whence art thou come hither? Tell us. We will be thy hired servants. We will bake and stir about broth and bring it before thee. Eat, and the crumbs which fall from thy hand, these will we eat and therewith be filled. But I made answer unto them, O ye fishers, who lap up your filth, no fisher am I who fishes for fish, and I was not formed for an eater of filth. A fisher am I of souls who bear witness to life. A poor fisher am I who calls to the souls, collects them together and gives them instruction. He calls to them and bids them come and gather together unto him. He says unto them, If ye come, ye shall be saved from the foul-smelling birds. I will save my friends, bring them on high, and in my ship make them stand upright. I will clothe them with vestures of glory, and with precious light will enwrap them. I will put a crown of ether upon them, and what else for them the greatness erects on their head. Then sit they on thrones, and in precious light do they glisten. I bear them thither and raise them aloft, but ye 7 shall stay here behind. The portion of filth and of filthy doings shall be your portion. On the day when the light ascends, the darkness will return to its region. I and my disciples will ascend and behold the light's region. Life is exalted and is victorious, and victorious is the man who has come hither. The light ship of the fisher, section 37. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. A fisher am I of great life, a fisher am I of the mighty. A fisher am I of great life, an envoy whom life has sent. It, life, spake unto me, Go, catch fish who do not eat filth, fish who do not eat water fennel and reek not of foul-smelling fennel. They do not come nigh to devour bad dates and get caught in the nets of the marsh. Life knotted for me a noose and built for me a ship that fades not, a ship whose wings are of glory, that sails along as in flight, and from it the wings will not be torn off. 'Tis a well-furnished ship and sails on in the heart of the heaven. Its ropes are ropes of glory, and a rudder of truth is there to it. Sunday takes hold of the pole, life's sun seized the rudder. They draw thither to the Shekinahs and dispense light among the treasures. Thrones in them, sc. The Shekinahs, they set up, and long drawn out come the Jordans upon them. On the bow are set lamps that in the wildest of tempests are not put out. All ships that sight me, make obeisance submissively to me. Submissively they make me obeisance and come to show their devotion unto me. In the bows stands the fisher and delivers wondrous discourses. There are lamps there whose wicks shift not hither and thither, and is not by him. He wears no ring of deception, and with white robes is he clad. He calls to the fish of the sea and speaks to them, Give heed to yourselves in the world. Beware of the foul-smelling birds who are above you. If you give heed to yourselves, my brothers, I will for you be a succor and a support out of the regions of darkness unto light's region. Life is exalted and is victorious, and victorious is the man who has come hither. The good fisher rejects the overtures of the evil ones and overwhelms them, section 38. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. The fisher clad him with vestures of glory, and an axe hung from his shoulder. And commotion of mischief, and a bell is not on the handle. 162 When the fishers caught sight of the fisher, they came and gathered around him. Thou art, say they unto him, a fisher, thou who hast caught no fish of the marsh. Thou hast not seen in which the fish gather. We will make thee familiar with the fishers, be our great partner and take a share as we do. Grant us a share in thy ship, and take thou a share in our ship. A bargain. Take from us as partner and grant us a share in thy ship. Grant us a share, and we will give thee a share in what we possess. Join thy ship with ours and clothe thee in black as we do, so that, if thou holdest thy lantern on high, thou mayst find something, that the fish may not see thy glory and thy ship may take in fish. If thou dost give ear to us, thou shalt catch fish, throw them into thy ship and do business. If thou givest no ear to our discourse, thou shalt eat salt, but if thou doest our works, thou shalt eat oil and honey. Thou stirrest a broth, thou feedest a bowl and sharest it with all of the fishers. We appoint thee as head over all of us. The fishers gather together beside thee, the first follow behind thee. They will be thy slaves, and thou takest 3 shares of what falls to our share. Our father shall be thy servant and we will call ourselves thy bondsmen. Our mother shall sit on thy couch. And knit nets, she shall be thy maidservant and knit for thee yarns of all kinds. She shall space out the floats of cedar and put the lead sinkers into the meshes which are then more heavy than all of the world. She shall divide the water by means of the yarns, and when the fish run into them they shall be stopped. Then they know not the way that they seek, and have no wit to turn back to their way. Like walls that collapse, they, the nets, come and fall on the good. They do not let the fish rise, nor turn their face to the boulders. 163 They make them sink deep under the mud and shut them into. They collect them into heaps and shake them out of them. There is there a, into which the fish dash and are stopped. On the wattlework is set up between 2 machines. Nets are laid down and which are filled with bad dates as bait, which cause them to eat death. Woe to the fish who is blinded by them, whose eye sees not the light. Wise are the fish who know them. They pass by all of the baits. The others repair thither and the nets will be for them there a lodging. 1 of 1,000 sees it and of 2,002 see it. Is closed, and a bell is hung on its side door, a bell that is forged in mischief and catches the whole of the world. There is the water mingled with fennel, the pegs of death. Woe to the fish who fall into them. 164. When the fisher heard this, he stamped on the bows of the ship. The fisher stamped on the ships of the fishers. The fishers lie in the shallows close crowded together, tied up together like bundles of wheat, and cannot rise up. The reeds swish. 165 And the fish of the sea lie over the fishers. They snarl in the marsh and the water rings them round in its circle. Then shrilling he spake with his voice. He discoursed with his voice sublime and spake to the catchers of fish, Off from me, ye foul-smelling fishers, ye fishers who mix poison. Begone, begone, catch fish, who eat your own filth. Down with you to your and go to the end of the crossing. I am no fisher who catches fish, and my fish are tested. They are not caught by the hook with bad dates, a mess which my fish do not eat. They fall not into the nets that are colored. 166 And turn not to the lamps of the lie. They sink not down through the mud of the water, and go not after the of deception. The nets divide not the water, that shall fall on the good. If the fishers cast o'er them the cast net, they tear asunder the net and set themselves free. There will be no day in this world on which the fishers catch my fish. There will be no day in this world on which the dove loves the ravens. Accursed be ye, ye foul-smelling birds, and accursed your nest, so that it may not be filled. Woe to your father Surma. 167 Whose bed is in the reeds. Woe to thee, hungry Saphna, whose wings do not dry in this world. 168 Woe to thee, foul-smelling Sagia, thou who sayest the fish and sighest for them. He shrieks and cries bitterly, when he strikes for the fish and misses them. Woe to thee, Arbana, thou who haulest the fish out of the deeps. Well for him who frees himself from the talons of those who catch fish. Well for him who frees himself from the men who are watchers of this world. Begone, begone with you, ye planets, be of your own houses a portion. Water does not mix with pitch, and the light is not reckoned as darkness. The perfect one's partner cannot be called your partner. The good, sing, cannot belong to the wicked, nor the bad to the good. Your ship cannot be tied up with mine, nor your ring, be laid on my ring. There is the head of all of you, count yourselves unto his realm. This your crass father stays stuck in the black water. Your mother, who nets nets and heavy double machines, have I beaten with the staff of living water and smashed a hole in her head. I lead on my friends, raise them on high in my ship and guide them past all the tax gatherers. 169 I guide them through the passage of outrage, the region where the fishes are taken. I make them escape the filth eaters. But ye will come to an end in your dwellings. I and my friends of the truth will find a place in life's Shekinah. Into the height will I bear them on thrones surrounded with standards of glory. The seven are vanquished and the stranger man stays victorious. The man of piety put to the test was victorious and helped the whole of his race unto victory. Life is exalted and is victorious, and victorious is the man who has come hither. The final submission of the evil fishers, section 39. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. Tis the voice of the pure fisher who calls and instructs the fish of the sea in the shallows. He speaks to them, raise your up, on the surface of the water stand upright, then will your force be double as great. Guard yourselves from the fishers who catch the fish and beat on the Jordan. 170 Shilmite and Nidbai 171 curse them, and they depart and settle themselves down behind me a mile off. The fish curse their casting net in their place. When the fisher thus spake, warning all, of the fish, when, the fishers his voice heard, they came up and gathered around him. They put themselves forward to ask of him questions, and knew not whence he came. Where wast thou, fisher, they ask him, that we heard not thy voice in the marsh? Thy ship is not like our ship, and thy, is not. Thy ship is not tarred over with pitch, and thou art not like the fishers of this world. The fishers see him, become scarlet for shame and remain standing in their places. They say to him, whence comes it that thou dost fish without finding? Thy ship is not like our ship, it shines by night like the sun. Thy ship is perfected in ether, and wondrous standards are unfurled above it. Our ship sails along in the water, but thy ship between the waters. Our reeds, rods, grumble at one another and break into pieces. Among them is the fish trident of wrath, on which, and, are not. Thy, O fisher, is such that when the fish see it, they take themselves off. We have not yet seen any fishers which are like unto thee. The wind wafts thy ship on, the mast, for the fisher and a rudder that gleams in the water shallows. On thy cast net is no cord, and they have not laid, 172 round it. There are no in it, which are a cunning device against the fish of the. Thou keepest thy yarn and hast no clapper and no hatchet. Thy yarn equals net, fishes not in the water and is not colored for catching fish. When the fishers thus spake, the fisher made answer unto them, have done, ye fishers and fishers' sons, off, get you gone from me. Off, go up to your village, the ruins, Jerusalem. Ask about me of your father, who knows me, ask of your mother, who is my maidservant. Say to him, there is a fisher in the boat, in which are four. There is, a rudder, and it stands there, and a mast, 173 and redemptions. They lay waste the land of Jerusalem. When they heard this from the fisher who has come hither, and understood, they spake to him, have compassion, forbearance and mercy on us and forgive us our sins and transgressions. We are thy slaves, show thyself indulgent towards us. We will look after thy fish that none of them fails. We will be the servants of thy disciples, who name thy name in truth. We will continue to look after all who name thy name. Life is exalted and is victorious, and victorious in the man who has come hither. Other pieces set forth such figures as those of the heavenly plough and of the sowers, but perhaps the most interesting is the saga of the Good Shepherd. Here again it is difficult to believe that it was derived from Christian sources. It seems to be as independent as the Fisher of Souls figure. The discourse runs as follows. The Good Shepherd, section 11. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. A shepherd am I who loves his sheep and lambs I watch over. Round my neck, I carry, the sheep, and the sheep from the hamlet stray not. I carry them not to the seashore, that they see not the whirl of the water, may not be afraid of the water, and if they are thirsty may not drink of the water. 174 I bear them away, from the sea, and water them with the cup of my hand, until they have drunken their fill. I bring them unto the good fold, and they feed by my side. From the mouth of Euphrates, the radiant 175 things of marvelous goodness I brought them. I brought them myrtle, white sesame brought them bright standards. 176 I cleansed them and washed them and made them to smell the sweet odor of life. I put round them a girdle, at sight of which the wolves tremble. No wolf leaps into our fold, and of no fierce lion need they be alarmed. Of the tempest they need not be frightened, and no thief can break in upon us. A thief breaks not into their fold, and of a knife 177 they need not be anxious. When my sheep were quietly laid down and my head lay there on the threshold, a rift was rent in the height and thunder did thunder behind me. The clouds seized hold one of another, and unchained were the raging tempests. Rain poured down in sheets and hail that smites elephants low, hail that shatters the mountains. And the tempests unchained themselves in an hour. 178 seas burst forth, they flooded the whole of the world. There, under the water, no one escaped, once he sank from the height as into a gulf. The water swept off everyone who had no wings or no feet. 179 He speeds on, and knows not he speeds, he goes, and knows not he goes. Thereupon I sprang up and I entered the fold to bear my sheep forth from their place. I saw my eyes full. 180 I saw the sea, I saw the fierce raging tempest, I saw the storm clouds that send forth no, friendly, greeting the one to the other. 10,000 times 10,000 dragons are in each single cloud. I weep for my sheep, and my sheep weep for themselves. The little lambs are lamenting who cannot come out of the fold's door. When then, I entered the house, 181 I mounted up to the highest place, in it, and I call to my sheep. To the sheep in my care do I call. I pipe to them, I get them to hear, so that they come unto me. To them I pipe on my pipe, and beat on my tabor, leading them, to the water. 182 I call to them, my little sheep, come. Rise up at my call. Come, rise at my call, then will you escape the cloud dragons. Come unto me. I am a shepherd whose boat is soon coming. My boat of glory is coming, and I come with it, and bring my sheep and lambs in aboard it. Every one who gives ear to my call and heed gives unto my voice, and who turns his gaze unto me, of him take I hold with my hands and bring him unto me inboard my boat. But every lamb, male and female, that suffered himself to be caught, the water whirl carried away, the greedy water did swallow. Whoever gave no ear to my call, sank under. To the highest part of the vessel I went. The bows stand up with the bowpost. 183 I say, how woeful am I for my sheep who because of the mud have sunk under. The water whirl sank them away from my reach, the swirling whirl of the water. How grieved am I for the rams whose fleece on their sides has dragged them down into the deep. How grieved am I for the lambkins whose bellies have not, yet, been filled full of milk. Of 1,000, one I recovered. Of a whole generation I found again two. Happy is he who, stood up, in the water, and in whose ears no water has entered. Happy the great rams who have stamped with their feet. Happy is he who has escaped from the 7 and 12, the sheep stealers. Happy is he who has not couched down, has not lain down, has not loved to sleep deeply. Happy is he who in this defective age of Bishlam 184 has stayed whole. Happy are they who free themselves from the snares of Roha, the mother world spirit, from the filth and the shame and the bondage that have no end. My chosen. Whoever shall live at the end of this age of Nirig, Mars, for him let his own conscience be a support. He will come and mount up to the radiant dwelling, to the region whose sun never sets, and whose light, lamps 185 never darken. Life is exalted and is victorious, and victorious is the man who has come hither. The Loving Shepherds of the Good Shepherd, Section 12. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. A treasure calls from without hither and speaks. Come, be for me a loving shepherd and watch me 1,000 out of 10,000. So then will I be a loving shepherd for thee and watch thee 1,000 out of 10,000. But how full is the world of vileness and sown full of thorns and of thistles. Come, be for me a loving shepherd and watch me 1,000 out of 10,000. I will bring thee then sandals of glory, with them canst thou tread down the thorns and the thistles. Earth and heaven decay, but the sandals of glory decay not. Sun and moon decay, but the sandals of glory decay not. The stars and heaven's zodiacal circle decay, but the sandals of glory decay not. The four winds of the world house decay, but the sandals of glory decay not. Fruits and grapes and trees decay, but the sandals of glory decay not. All that is made and engendered decays, but the sandals of glory decay not. So then be for me a loving shepherd and watch me 1,000 out of 10,000. I will then be a loving shepherd for thee and watch thee 1,000 out of 10,000. But if a lion comes and carries off one, how am I to retrieve him? If a thief come and steals one away, how am I to retrieve him? If one falls into the fire and is burnt, how am I to retrieve him? If one falls into the water and drowns, how am I to retrieve him? If one stays behind in the pen, how am I to retrieve him? Natheless, come therefore, be for me a loving shepherd and watch me 1,000 out of 10,000. If a lion comes and carries off one, let him go his way and fall a prey to the lion. Let him go his way and fall a prey to the lion, in that he bows himself down to the sun. If a wolf comes and carries off one, let him go his way and fall a prey to the wolf, in that he bows himself down to the moon. If a thief comes and steals away one, then let him go his way and fall a prey to the thief. Let him go his way and fall a prey to the thief, in that he bows himself down before Nirig, Mars. If one falls into the fire and is burnt, let him go his way and fall a prey to the fire. Let him go his way and fall a prey to the fire, in that he bows himself down to the fire. If one falls into the mud and stays stuck there, then let him go his way and fall a prey to the mud. Let him go his way and fall a prey to the mud, in that he bows himself down to Messiah. If one falls into the water and drowns, then let him go his way and fall a prey to the sea. Let him go his way and fall a prey to the sea, in that he bows himself down to the seas. If one stays behind in the pen, let him go his way and fall a prey to the pen demon. 186 Let him go his way and fall prey to the pen demon, in that he bows himself down to the idols. 187 Come, be for me a loving shepherd and watch me 1,000 out of 10,000. 188 So will I then be for thee a loving shepherd and watch thee 1,000 out of 10,000. I will watch 1,000 of thousands, yea of 10,000 those who adore him. 189 But some of them wander from me. I went up into high mountains and went down into deep valleys. I went and found him where he can crop nothing. Of each single sheep I took hold with my right hand and on the scale did I lay him. 1,000 among 10,000 have the right weight. Life is exalted and is victorious, and victorious is the man who has come hither. The next piece I have selected, treats of the source of all glory and enlightenment, called the treasury of life, that in which all spiritual powers and blessings are stored. The origin of the motive is without doubt the Iranian concept of the Varino, the divine and kingly glory. In the Mandæan tradition it has become highly developed and is frequently personified as a female greatness. Thus in the Oxford, Mississippi F. It is spoken of as, the mother of all the kings, of the light, from whom all worlds have come forth, who separated herself from the fervency of the hidden mysteries. Many roles are assigned to this light of life in the complexities of the celestial and cosmic dramas, and in the human stage it shines forth as the glory with which the perfected are vestured and crowned. I have chosen the simplest of the narratives or discourses on the topic. In the still more complex system of the phase of development represented by the Pistis Sophia collection there is no mention of the treasury of life, but the treasury of light is one of its most important conceptions. The Mandaean tradition conserves the echoes of an earlier phase, for it is indubitably less overworked. The Treasury of Life, Section 57. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. The treasury am I, life's treasury, Simeth Hay. The treasury am I, the mighty one's treasury, the treasury am I, life's treasury. A crown was I for the mighty from everlasting. The treasury am I, life's treasury. Ever did I give light to the treasures and to the Shekinahs, and was for adornment to Jordan. For adornment became I to Jordan, who was from everlasting, through whom the treasures give light. Great, life, made me limpid and lucent and made me into a vesture. He made me into his vesture, which day in and day out sings measureless praise of the ether. The treasury am I, life's treasury. To the king of the splendor became I a crown. The treasures shine through my glory and praise my form beyond measure. The treasury am I, life's treasury, I who as adornment settled down on the king of the splendor, so that he shone in his mind, that he became bright and shining, and his form glittered more than the worlds. As I lit, it gave light and enlightenment unto the treasures and to the Shekinahs, in the ether, the king laid me as vesture round Neeb the radiant. 190 Neeb the radiant then took me, brought me and laid me as vesture o'er Jordan. As vesture o'er Jordan he laid me, through whom the treasures shine beyond measure. The treasury am I, life's treasury. The wicked are blind and see not. I call them unto the light, yet they busy themselves with the darkness. O ye wicked, I unto them cry, ye who sink down in the darkness, arise and fall not into the deep. I cry unto them, yet the wicked hear not and sink into the great sea of the ending. Therefore was Jordan made a bridge for the treasures. A bridge for the treasures became he, while he cut off the wicked and hurled them into the great sea of the ending. The treasury am I, life's treasury. A crown I became for life's gnosis. He bestowed on me the rulership over the treasures and the Shekinahs which are there, yonder. The treasury am I, life's treasury. Of the light worlds was I the enlightener. Day in and day out they sing praise to great life, and through me they mount upward and behold the light's region. The treasury am I, life's treasury. A vesture for the light worlds became I. The treasury, am I, life's treasury. A king for the Nazareans became I. I became a king for the Nazareans, who through my name find praise and assurance. Praise and assurance they find through my name, and on my name they mount up and behold the light's region. For the men of purity put to the test, for them, there I became full of light. Full of light was their eye, and in their heart life's gnosis took seat. Whoever of me, life's treasury, makes his investment, loves not gold and silver, loves not gold and possessions, loves not food of the body, and envy with him has no place. Envy found with him no place, and he did not forget his night prayer. He forgot not the discourses and writings, and he forsook not his Lord's word. He forsook not the prayer of his Father, life's gnosis, wherefore into the great end sea he falls not. He forgot not Sunday, nor did he neglect the day's evening. He forgot not the way of great life, the way of wages and alms. He will be wrapped away in the night prayer, he will be wrapped away in shining vestures which have come from great life. Treasures for him fill up what falls short, and what is empty they load for him full. If he bears a pure load, he is counted with the men of piety put to the test who separate themselves from the world, in the name of Yahweh. 191 Life's treasury rested upon them, to their form it gave light, and for them a way to great life's house has been established. I have called with clear voice and directed hereto the disciples, the vine who bears fruit, doth ascend. Who bears none will here be cut off. Whosoever lets himself be enlightened through me and instructed, ascends, and beholds the light's region. Whoever does not let himself be enlightened through me and instructed, is cut off and falls into the great sea. Life is exalted and is victorious, and victorious is the man who has come hither. That the Mandaean religion preserves echoes of a wealth of ancient mythical elements found in Iranian, Babylonian and Semitic traditions is evident on all hands. A process of syncretism had presumably gone on for generations before an impulse from within caused the blending to assume a distinctively Mandaean form. And when this emerged, the preservation of the memory of the process had no interest for the faith and fell back into the depths of the subconscious. At any rate, the writers or recorders of the tractates throughout seem honestly persuaded of the complete independence of their tradition from every other form of religion. They are forever proclaiming the blessings of loyalty to what they claim to be the original, the one and only, revelation of truth vouchsafed to the world throughout the ages. And declaring that continued spiritual contact with instructors from on high who mediated this divine wisdom, was still possible. They certainly do not give one the idea of being intellectualists consciously at work on a syncretic synthesis of prior material. On the contrary, they seem to live and move in a milieu of prophetical outpourings and to have been extremely sensitive to psychical impressions. Inspirational discourses and intuitive interpretations of prophetical utterances seem to have been their delight. The following piece may enable the reader to sense somewhat of the peculiar atmosphere of mystical expectancy in which they sought instruction. The topic is one of the chief points of their questioning, the conflict that arose between the light and the darkness in the beginnings and how victory is to be achieved. They were not of course absolute dualists, for always and everywhere victory lies with life everlasting, who transcends not only the darkness but also the light. In the beginning, Section 13. In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. To you I say and declare, ye chosen and perfect, ye who dwell in the world, become not of the darkness a portion, but lift up your eyes to light's region. From the evil unto the good separate yourselves out. From the sinful evil of the region of darkness separate yourselves out. Love and instruct one another, that your sin and your guilt be forgiven you. See and hear and get you instructed, that ye may ascend to light's region victorious. The good sit there and are in search, and all who are understanding let themselves be instructed. The good speak, take counsel together and say, who will come, who tell me, who will set it forth for me, who give me instruction. Who will come, who will tell me whether there was one king or two, in the beginning. The good speak and let themselves be instructed. Two kings were there, two natures were fashioned, a king of this world and a king from outside of the worlds. The king of this age girt on a sword and put on a crown of darkness. A crown of darkness he put on his head, and took a sword in his right hand. A sword he took in his right hand. He stands there and slaughters his sons, and his sons slaughter each other. The king from outside of the world set a crown of light on his head. A crown of light he set on his head, and took truth in his right hand. Truth in his right hand he took, and stands there and instructs his sons. He stands there and instructs his sons, and his sons instruct one another. Who will come, who tell me what was before this? When the heaven was not yet outspread and stars were not yet in it figured, when the earth was not yet condensed and into the water no condensation had fallen, when sun and moon came not as yet into this world, how was the soul then? When the soul still sat in the bowl 192 she felt neither hunger nor thirst. When the soul still sat in the bowl, she had no pains and no faults. When the soul still sat in the bowl, she felt no cold and no heat. When she still sat in the bowl, the locks on her forehead 193 were in curled, and an ether crown sat on her head. Her eyes were light rays, and they gazed on the region of the house of great life. Her mouth was of pure perfection, and sang the praise of the King of Light's region. From the day when the wicked began to think, evil pictured itself forth in him. He fell into great wrath and ventured a fight with the light. The envoy was sent to tread down the power of the rebels. They 194 brought living water and into the muddy water they poured it. They brought light giving light, and into the gloomful darkness they cast it. They brought the delightsome wind, and into the frantic wind cast it. They brought the living fire, and into the consuming fire cast it. They brought the soul, the pure mind, and into the vain body cast it. Out of fire and of water was the one heaven spread out. Out of fire and of water have they made dense the earth on the anvil. 195 Out of fire and of water fruits, grapes and trees did arise. Out of fire and of water was imaged the corporeal Adam. They fashioned the envoy, and to be head of the generations they sent him. With heavenly voice he called hence into the world's disquiet. At the call of the envoy Adam, who lay there, 196 awoke. Adam, who lay there, awoke and went forth to meet the envoy. Come in peace, O envoy, life's messenger, who hast come from the house of my father. How firmly is planted with all dear, beautiful life in his region. But how, meanly, for me has a stool been set up, and my dark form sits on it lamenting. Thereon the envoy made answer and spake to the corporeal Adam, Thy throne has been set up in beauty, O Adam, and is thy form sits here lamenting. All 197 were mindful of thee for thy good, and fashioned and sent me to thee. I am come and will give thee instruction, O Adam, and free thee from this world. Give ear and hearken and get thee instructed, and mount to light's region victorious. Adam gave ear and had faith. Hail to him who gives ear after thee. 198 And has faith. Adam received the truth. Hail to him who receives the truth after thee. Adam looked up full of hope and ascended. Hail to him who ascends after thee. Give ear and hearken and let yourselves be instructed, ye perfect, and ascend to light's region victorious. And praised be life. That the moral instruction given to the mandaeans is excellent may be seen in almost any piece. But there are distinctive collections of ethical exhortation, of which the following is an example. Exhortations, section 47. From the light region have I, life's gnosis, come forth, from thee, thou glorious dwelling. With vestures of glory have I been clad, and a crown of victory on my head has been set. I came and found the Nazareans, how they stand on the shore of the Jordan. I set up my throne and sat down, as a father who sits midst his sons. The good sits there and teaches his sons all truth, in which is no error. My sons, see that you commit no adultery, see that you no theft commit. They who commit adultery and who steal, mount not up to life's house. They mount not up to life's house and do not behold light's region. My sons, see that you practice no magic and afflict not the soul in the body. The magicians and falsificators are hurled into seething pots, and fire is their judge. My sons, see that ye remove not the boundaries, that the boundary stone you displace not. The eye of those who remove boundaries looks not on the light. My sons, see that you do not abandon the slave to the hands of his master, and the slave girl to the hands of her mistress, abandon not the weak to the strong. He who acts otherwise, will be fettered in a distant region, in the tax-gatherer's house. 199 His eyes behold only the darkness, and his foot finds no firm ground. My sons, see that you take not, to wife, a slave girl who has not been made free, and thereby bring your sons into the house of a master. For if the slave one day sins, then on the day when his master passes judgment upon him, will the sins which the slave commits, fall on the head of his father. My sons, see that you are not hinters, and that your eyes make no suggestions, sc. to women. For the hinters and wink-givers will be assigned to the guard stations. To the guard stations will they be assigned and be judged with stern justice. My sons, see that you eat not up interest and interest on interest, else in the dark mountain will you receive judgment. My sons, see that you pay no homage to the idols, the Satans and demons, to the worship of idols and to the lusts of this world. For on the godlings and Satans will a stern judgment fall, and they who pray to them will not ascend to life's house and not look on light's region. Give heed to what I have charged you, and let no evidence be given of crime and of lying. On evidence of crime and of lying you will be haled to account for the judge. You will be haled to account for the judge who judges all worlds. He judges each one according to his works and his merit. My sons, all that is hateful to you, do not to your neighbors, for in the world into which you have come, is a heavy justice and judgment. Heavy justice and judgment is therein, and every day will minds made secure in it be chosen. For everyone who is laden, mounts upward, but he who is empty is judged here. Woe to the empty, who stands empty there in the house of the collectors of taxes. When he had it in his hand, he gave nothing. There will he search in his pocket and he will find nothing. The wicked and liars will be hurled into the darkness. They will into the blazing fire cast, into the blazing fire will they cast him into whose ears the call has been made, but he wold not give ear. I showed it him unto his eye, but he would not see, I showed it him, but he would not see with his eye. Life is victorious, and victorious is the man who has come hither. The mandaeans possess a rich collection of liturgical songs and hymns which Lidzbarski has translated for the first time in his excellent edition of them, Mandaeische Liturgien, Berlin, 1920. From these 236 hymns we choose one of the most typical as a specimen, and as perhaps of more than ordinary interest to the general reader who may have puzzled over the unqualified beatitude, "Blessed are the poor." It is taken from the Oxford collection, BK.I, No LVI, and may be entitled, "The Song of the Poor's Exaltation." In the name of great life may hallowed light be glorified. A poor man am I, 200 who comes out of the celestial fruits. A stranger to the world, who comes out of the distance. A poor man am I, to whom great life gave ear. A stranger to this world, whom the light treasures made world strange. They brought me out of the abode of the good ones. Ah me! In the wicked one's dwelling they made me to dwell. Ah me! They made me to dwell in the wicked one's dwelling. Which is filled full of nothing but evil. It is filled full of nothing but evil. Filled full of the fire which consumes. I would not and will not dwell in the dwelling of notness. With my power and with my enlightening, I dwelt in the dwelling of notness. With my enlightening and my praise-giving, I kept myself stranger to this world. I stood among them. As a child who has not a father. As a child who has not a father. As a fruit who has not a tender. I hear the voice of the seven, who whisper in secret and say, Whence is this stranger man? Whose discourse is not like to our discourse? I listened not to their discourse. Then were they full of wicked anger against me. Life, who gave ear to my call. A messenger sent forth to meet me. He sent me a gentle treasure. An armored, well-armored man. With his pure voice he makes proclamation. As the treasures make in the house of perfection. He speaks. Poor one, from anguish and fear be thou free. Say not, I stand here alone. For thy sake, O poor. This firmament was outspread. Was this firmament spread out? And stars were pictured upon it. For thy sake, O poor. This firm land came into existence. Came into existence this firm land. The condensing took form, fell into the water. For thy sake came the sun. For thy sake the moon was revealed. For thy sake, O poor, came the 7. And the 12 are hither discended. Thou poor one. On thy right rests glory. On thy left rest, light lamps. Hold steadfast in thy security. Until thy measure has been completed. When thy measure has been completed, I will myself come to thee. I will bring thee vestures of glory. So that the worlds will long for them, desireful. I will bring thee a pure, excellent headdress. Abundant in infinite light. I will set thee free from the wicked. From the sinners will I deliver thee. I will make thee dwell in thy Shekinah. Free thee into the region unsullied. I hear the voice of the 7. Who whisper in secret and speak. Blessed is he who is to the poor one a father, who is unto the fruit a tender. Hail to him whom great life knows. Woe to him whom great life knows not. Hail to him whom great life knew, who has kept himself stranger to this world. The world of the defect, in which the planets are seated. They sit on thrones of rebellion, and drill their works with the scourge. For gold and for silver are they disquiet, and strife they cast into the world. Disquiet are they and therein cast strife. Therefore will they go hence and seethe in the fire. The wicked shall seethe, and their pomp shall vanish and come to an end. But I with my offspring and kindred shall ascend and see the light's region. The region whose sun never sets, and whose light lamps never darken. That region, the state of the blessed, whereto your souls are called and invited. And so are our good brothers' souls, and the souls of our faithful sisters. Life is exalted and is victorious, and victorious is the man who has come hither. 3. The Slavonic Josephus account of the Baptist and Jesus. In the Antiquities of the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus there are 3 passages of outstanding importance for Christian readers. Seeing that they are the only external witnesses to Christianity from the 1st century. As such they have been submitted to the closest cross-examination and scrutiny. The general result of the inquiry into the authenticity of their testimony has established for most scholars the judgment, that we have here to deal not with a homogeneous body of evidence, but with 3 different witnesses. One of which is distinctly good, another as distinctly bad, and a third very probably good. The passage on John the Baptist is well nigh universally accepted as affording no grounds for reasonable skepticism, and as therefore providing a most valuable external proof that John was a historical character. The account of Jesus, on the other hand, has been called into most serious question by the vast majority of liberal scholars, and by very many conservatives, on numerous grounds. And chiefly because the writer unequivocally affirms that Jesus was the Messiah, a statement which no Jew could have made. The third is a reference to James, the brother of Jesus, called or said to be Messiah, a hesitation which may fairly be ascribed to Josephus himself. Many then who reject the Jesus passage as indubitably spurious, accept the James reference as free from reasonable suspicion, and thus obtain a brief but valuable external first-century evidence for earliest Christianity. Josephus composed his Antiquities in Greek, and completed them in 93/94 AD. They are a general survey of the traditions and history of his people up to the special period of which he had already treated in detail in his first and most famous work, the Jewish War. In describing there the events which led up to the outbreak of the revolt, he treats of all the other religious and political movements in Palestine, even the most insignificant, contemporary with the beginnings of Christianity. And yet he says not a single word about the Baptist or Jesus. This is a very striking and puzzling omission. Where precisely we should expect to find such mention, and where far greater opportunities occur for bringing it in than in the Antiquities, we are confronted with the silence of Josephus. The war was first of all composed in Aramaic and circulated among the Jews of Palestine and Babylonia, doubtless to convince them of the futility of resisting the might of the Roman arms. Of this original edition, however, no trace has so far been discovered. The work known to us is in Greek. It is not a translation so much as a recomposition very carefully prepared on the models of Greek history. And in this Josephus sought the help of Greek stylists. It reads indeed like an original composition. Whatever the Aramaic contained, the work as it now stands has been clearly adapted to suit the mentality of the wider public of the Greco-Roman world and the literary circles of the day to whom it was presented. This Greek edition was composed between 75 and 79 AD. It is of course not impossible to suppose that in the Aramaic there may have been reference to the John and Jesus movements. But why then should Josephus have cut them out, when there is an indubitable passage concerning John and a higher probable reference to Jesus in the Antiquities? To conjecture a satisfactory answer to this dilemma is exceedingly difficult. It remains an unsolved crux. For had there been any such passages in the Aramaic edition of the war, surely Christian apologists would have seized upon them and insisted that they should be restored to the Greek text. Unless by chance they contained matter they would not like to see in wider circulation. That clear light will ever be thrown on this silence of Josephus' problem is hardly to be expected. Nevertheless, the subject may be said to have recently entered on a new phase. Certain hitherto unknown material has been brought forward, which has forced the problem once more into the arena of controversy. And it may very well be that in the future this new material will have always, directly or indirectly, to be taken into consideration whenever the familiar Josephian passages are reviewed or rediscussed. There is extant in a number of MSS. A Slavonic or Old Russian translation of the war. In this version there are no less than 8 pieces referring to John the Baptist, 3, Jesus, 4, and the first Christians, 1. These remarkable passages, of which the Greek text shows no trace, have been excerpted and the Slavonic text of them critically established by the collation of 4 MSS. In the first place it is agreed on all hands by the German scholars who have investigated them, that these pieces were not originally composed in Slavonic and interpolated into the translation. Not only is the style foreign to correct Slavonic idiom, but the peculiar nature of the contents is so alien to Slavonic mentality, that to suppose so late a writer as a Slavonic translator, who could at the very earliest be assigned only to the 10th century, is out of the question. They are indubitably translations, and moreover clearly rendered from Greek. This is shown not only by the construction of the sentences in general, but also by the clumsiness and uncertainty of the translator in his rendering of particles and conjunctions. Moreover, the Greek original for the veil or curtain of the temple, katapatasma, is retained. These 8 pieces were excerpted from the rest of the text and first made accessible for the general world of scholarship, in German translation, by A. Behrens, in 1906.201. The consensus of learned opinion in Germany, and elsewhere apparently no notice whatever has been taken of the find, from the start has been entirely unfavorable to their authenticity. That is to say, no one has so far ventured to claim them for Josephus himself. They were immediately and almost unanimously dismissed as transparent Christian forgeries, and that too of a late date and of no sort of historic value of any kind. Here and there, however, were signs of some hesitation in endorsing so wholesale and precise a verdict. For a few, the matter seemed not so simple as it appeared at first sight. The first caveat was entered and the subject brought into a new perspective by R. Seeberg in a somewhat popular but highly suggestive treatment, which he boldly entitled A New Source for the Earliest History of Christianity. 202 Though Seeberg's reputation as a specialist on questions of origins forbade the rejection of his view as that of an irresponsible eccentric, no attention was paid to it, perhaps because he had not attempted to work out his theory in detail. This task, however, was speedily undertaken by Johannes Frey, of the University of Dorpat, who had just published a very valuable and thoroughgoing study of the history of the Passion. In 1908 Frey produced a substantial volume 203 in which he treated the material to an acute analysis and with minute elaboration. And in other respects showed a remarkable grasp of all the puzzling complexities of a whole series of problems which an intensive scrutiny of the passages brought out. In the first place Frey called attention to the fact that the general characteristics of these pieces were very different from those of all other ancient Christian forgeries known to us. His main contention throughout this very thorough inquiry is that the author, whoever he may have been precisely, must be held in general to be a Jew and not a Christian. There is no evidence of direct dependence on early canonical Christian literature, no sign that he had any acquaintance with the precision of written tradition. In so far as there is agreement with the Gospels or Acts, it is only in respect to the barest generalities. There is nothing even to show acquaintance with the precise inner oral traditions of the Christians themselves. It is all set forth from an external standpoint. Nevertheless, the writer is not simply fabricating freely out of his imagination. He has traditional material of some sort to go on. He is trying to set forth what he has heard and gathered, and what at times puzzles him considerably. He reports opinion, what people say, some this, others that. He would also play the part of the impartial historian, considering probabilities and even possibilities. He is not a hostile critic by any means, on the contrary, he is in general sympathetic. Indeed, he regards both John and Jesus as outstanding personalities, even astonishingly so, and his sympathies are enlisted for them because he thinks they have both been most unjustly done to death. His attitude is thus in general that of a friendly Jewish outsider, a very difficult part for a convinced Christian to play without betraying himself in some fashion as a believer in the full Christian claims. He, however, nowhere asserts that Jesus was the Messiah. Frey's main contention, then, following Seeberg, is that the writer worked on Jewish general popular oral sources. In other words, he had at his disposal traditions proximate to the occurrences, and therefore worthy of attention as giving a picture of an early outside view of nascent Christianity. Seeberg thinks that Christian manipulation must be admitted in 3 or 4 places, but Frey tries to show that he is here mistaken. Frey is perhaps not sufficiently cautious in thus leaving no loophole. But even with this qualification, if the main contention of both scholars can stand, the possibility of our being faced with early external traditions of some kind is a matter of quite extraordinary interest, and deserves the careful attention of all students of Christian beginnings. As practically nothing is known of these passages by English readers, it may be of service to present those few of them who see this study, with a translation of the German version of these 8 extracts. They may then judge for themselves how the contents strike them. But whatever may be their opinion as to their value or worthlessness, it cannot be denied that every scrap of material, however intractable, that can be held by any trained mind to contain the possibility of having even the remotest bearing on the surroundings of earliest Christianity, possesses a unique interest and fascination of its own. For the first century is otherwise practically silent outside the New Testament documents. The version that follows is made from the German translation given in Frey's volume. I have, however, added the subtitles. It is literal and clumsy, like the German, which faithfully follows the Slavonic. The variant readings in the Mizas are slight, and I have not noted them in detail. For the present paper is intended for the general reader solely, and not for the specialist, who must deal at first hand with Frey's technical exposition, which, as far as I am aware, has not yet been disposed of, or indeed in any way answered. I. John's proclamation and his rebuke of the authorities. Follows on B. J. 2. 7, 2. 1. Now at that time a man went about among the Jews in strange garments, for he had put pelts on his body everywhere where it was not covered with his own hair. 2. Indeed to look at he was like a wild man. 3. He came to the Jews and summoned them to freedom, saying, God hath sent me, that I may show you the way of the law, wherein ye may free yourselves from many holders of power. 4. And there will be no mortal ruling over you, only the highest who hath sent me. 5. And when the people had heard this, they were joyful. And there went after him all Judea, that lies in the region round Jerusalem. 6. And he did nothing else to them save that he plunged them into the stream of the Jordan and dismissed them, instructing them that they should cease from evil works. And, promising, that there would, then, be given them a ruler who would set them free and subject to them all that is not in submission. But no one of whom we speak, 204 would himself be subjected. 7. Some reviled, but others got faith. 8. And when he had been brought to Archelaus and the doctors of the law had assembled, they asked him who he is and where he has been until then. 9. And to this he made answer and spake, I am pure, for the Spirit of God hath led me on, and I live on cane and roots and tree food. 205:10. But when they threatened to put him to torture if he would not cease from those words and deeds, he nevertheless said, It is meet for you, rather, to cease from your heinous works and cleave unto the Lord your God. 11. And there rose up in anger Simon, an Essene by extraction, a scribe, and he spake, We read every day the divine books. 12. But thou, only now come from the forest like a wild animal, thou darest in sooth to teach us and to mislead the people with thy reprobate words. 13. And he rushed forward to do him bodily violence. 14. But he, rebuking them, spake, I will not disclose to you the mystery which dwelleth in you, for ye have not desired it. 15. Thereby an untold calamity is come upon you, and because of yourselves. 16. And when he had thus spoken, he went forth to the other side of the Jordan, and while no one durst rebuke him, that one did what he had done also heretofore. 2. His interpretation of Philip's dream. Follows on B. J. 2. 9, 1. 1. While Philip was, still, in possession of his dominion, he saw a dream, how an eagle tore out both his eyes. 2. And he summoned all his wise men. 3. But when each interpreted the dream differently, there came to him suddenly, without being summoned, that man of whom we have previously written, that he went about in skins of animals and cleansed the people in the waters of the Jordan. 4. And he spake, Give ear to the word of the Lord, the dream which thou hast seen. 5. The eagle, that is thy venality, because that bird is violent and rapacious. 6. And that sin will take away thy eyes which are thy dominion and thy wife. 7. And when he had thus spoken, Philip died before evening and his dominion was given to Agrippa. 3. His persistent rebuking of Agrippa and his execution. Follows immediately on the preceding. 1. And Herod, his brother, took his wife Herodias. 2. And because of her all the doctors of the law abhorred him, but durst not accuse him before his face. 3. But only that one whom they called a wild man, came to him in anger and spake, Why hast thou taken the wife of thy brother? 4. As thy brother hath died a death void of pity, thou too wilt be reaped off by the heavenly sickle. 5. God's decree will not be silenced, but will destroy thee through evil affliction in foreign lands. 6. For thou dost not raise up seed for thy brother, but gratifiest thy fleshly lust and committest adultery, seeing that 4 children of him are alive. 7. Now when Herod heard this, he was filled with wrath and commanded that they should beat him and drive him away. 8. But he accused Herod incessantly wherever he found him, and right up to the time when he put him under arrest and gave orders to slay him. 9. Now his disposition, or character, was extraordinary in his mode of life, not that of a man, indeed just like a bodiless spirit, thus did this one too continue. 10. His lips knew no bread. Not even at Easter. Originally Passover, did be taste unleavened bread, saying that, in remembrance of God who had freed the people from slavery, it was given for eating in the flight, for the way was in haste. To wine and intoxicating drink he let himself not even draw near. And every animal he abhorred, as food, and every wrong he rebuked, and tree produce served him for use. 4. The ministry, trial and crucifixion of Jesus. Follows on B. J. 2. 9. 3. 1. At that time also a man came forward, if even it is fitting to call him a man, simply. 2. His nature as well as his form were a man's, but his showing forth was more than that of a man. 3. His works, that is to say, were godly, and he wrought wonder deeds amazing and full of power. 4. Therefore it is not possible for me to call him a man, simply. 5. But again, looking at the existence he shared with all, I would also not call him an angel. 6. And all that he wrought through some kind of invisible power, he wrought by word and command. 7. Some said of him, that our first lawgiver has risen from the dead and shows forth many cures and arts. 8. But others supposed, less definitely, that he is sent by God. 9. Now he opposed himself in much to the law and did not observe the Sabbath according to ancestral custom. 10. Yet, on the other hand, he did nothing reprehensible nor any crime, but by words solely he effected everything. 11. And many from the folk followed him and received his teachings. 12. And many souls became wavering, supposing that thereby the Jewish tribes would set themselves free from the Roman hands. 13. Now it was his custom often to stop on the Mount of Olives facing the city. 14. And there also he avouched his cures to the people. 15. And there gathered themselves to him of servants, Necton, 150, but of the folk a multitude. 16. But when they saw his power, that he accomplished everything that he would by word, they urged him that he should enter the city and cut down the Roman soldiers and Pilate and rule over us. 17. But that one scorned it. 18. And thereafter, when knowledge of it came to the Jewish leaders, they gathered together with the high priest and spake, We are powerless and weak to withstand the Romans. 19. But as with all the bow is bent, we will go and tell Pilate what we have heard, and we will be without distress, lest if he hear it from others, we be robbed of our substance and ourselves be put to the sword and our children ruined. 20. And they went and told it to Pilate. 21. And he sent and had many of the people cut down. 22. And he had that wonder-doer brought up. And when he had instituted a trial concerning him, he perceived that he is a doer of good, but not an evil-doer, nor a revolutionary, nor one who aimed at power, and set him free. 23. He had, you should know, healed his dying wife. 24. And he went to his accustomed place and wrought his accustomed works. 25. And as again more folk gathered themselves together round him, then did he win glory through his works more than all. 26. The teachers of the law were, therefore, envenomed with envy and gave 30 talents to Pilate, in order that he should put him to death. 27. And he, after he had taken the money, gave them consent that they should themselves carry out their purpose. 28. And they took him and crucified him according to the ancestral law. V. The treatment of the first Christians. Follows on B.J. 2:11. 6. After the notice on the death of Agrippa. 1. Again Claudius sent his authorities to those states, Cuspius Fadus and Tiberius Alexander, both of whom kept the people in peace, not allowing them to depart in anything from the pure laws. 2. But if anyone diverged from the word of the law, plaint was brought before the teachers of the law. 3. Often they expelled him and sent him to the emperor's presence. 4. And at the time of these too many had been discovered as servants of the previously described wonder-doer. And as they spake to the people about their teacher, that he is living, although he is dead, and that he will free you from your servitude, many from the folk gave ear to the above-named and took upon themselves their precept. 5. Not because of their reputation, they were indeed of the humbler sort, some just cobblers, others sandal-makers, others artisans. 6. And, yet, as marvelous signs they accomplished in truth what they would. 7. But when those noble governors saw the misleading of the people, they deliberated with the scribes to seize and put them to death, for fear lest the little be not little if it have ended in the great. 8. But they shrank back and were alarmed over the signs, saying, In the plain course such wonders do not occur. 9. But if they do not issue from the counsel of God, they will quickly be convicted. 10. And they gave them, the Christians, authority to act as they would. 11. But afterwards, becoming pestered by them, they had them sent away, some to the emperor, but others to Antioch, others again to distant lands, for the testing of the matter. 12. But Claudius removed the 2 governors, and sent Cumanus. 6. The trilingual inscription concerning Jesus. Inserted in B.J.V.V. 2. At it, the barrier of the temple, were columns. And on these inscriptions in Greek and Roman and Jewish characters, publishing the law of purity and, proclaiming, that no foreigner should enter the inner court. For they called it the holy place, to which one had to ascend by 14 steps, and whose upper part was built in a square. And over these tablets with inscriptions hung a 4th tablet with inscription in these 3 characters, to the effect, Jesus has not reigned as king. He has been crucified by the Jews, because he proclaimed the destruction of the city and the laying waste of the temple. 7. Portents at the death of Jesus and rumors of his resurrection. Follows on B.J.V.V. 4. At the end of the description of the temple curtain. 1. This curtain, cataplasma, was prior to this generation entire, because the people were pious, but now it was lamentable to look at. 2. It had, you should know, been suddenly rent from the top to the ground, when they delivered over to death through bribery the doer of good, the man, him who through his doing was no man. 3. And of many other signs they tell which came to pass at that time. 4. And it was said that after he was put to death, after burial in the grave, he was not found. 5. Some then assert that he is risen. But others, that he has been stolen by his friends. 6. I, however, do not know which speak more correctly. 7. For a dead man cannot rise of himself, though possibly with the help of another righteous man, unless it, he, will be an angel or another of the heavenly authorities, or God himself appears as a man and accomplishes what he will, both walks with men and falls, and lies down and rises up, as it is according to his will. 8. But others said that it was not possible to steal him, because they had put guards all round his grave, 30 Romans, but 1,000 Jews. 9. Such, is narrated, as to that curtain, cataplasma. Moreover, as to, the cause of its tearing there are various statements. 8. A prophecy concerning Jesus. In B. J. 6. V. 4, where in our texts the prophecy of the world ruler is referred to Vespasian solely. Some indeed by this understood Herod, but others the crucified wonder-doer Jesus, others again Vespasian. In conclusion, a few very general remarks may be added calling attention to the most salient points. In the John pieces, 1-3. There is nothing sufficiently distinctive to show any literary dependence on the New Testament accounts. On the contrary, there are entire novelties and wide divergences. In the first place, the strong political coloring given by the writer to the proclamation of the prophet is quite out of keeping with anything to be found in the Christian presentation. But the most striking difference is the protracted period assigned to John's activity. At that time means during the ethnarchy of Archelaus. Now Herod the Great died in 4 BC, and Archelaus, who succeeded him, was deposed in 6 AD. It is quite inconceivable that any Christian writer who had the gospel story before him, could have made what would be so astounding a statement to Christian ears. One that would at once appear to the most moderately instructed as an egregious blunder. Surely the last thing an intelligent forger would desire to do would be to give occasion to his readers to call the canonical narrative into question concerning so prominent a feature as John's almost equal age with Jesus. And so practically invite them to dismiss all the graphic details of the birth stories as fictitious? Unless it be that he wrote before these stories were in circulation. No one short of a lunatic would concoct evidence against his own side. The writer must therefore have moved in circles who would see no difficulty in assigning to John a public activity of at least 30 years, for he tells us that John survived the death of Philip, which took place somewhere between 33 and 36 AD. The cross-examination of John by the authorities and the incident of Simon the Essene are also arresting novelties, but there is nothing improbable in them. The introduction of the name Essene does not in any way depend on Christian tradition. For the surprising fact is that, though there are close parallels between some of the doctrines of the Essenes and gospel ethics, and between some of their practices and the regulations, for instance, laid down for the mission of the apostles and the communal observances of the earliest Christian communities, the New Testament writers never mention the name. The wording of the refusal of John at the end of his rebuke to disclose a certain mystery to his official opponents has led some to the supposition that this is a cryptic reference to Jesus, meaning the mystery dwelling among you. That of course would be impossible at so early a date as prior to AD 6. But surely, quite apart from this, a Christian apologist would have been at pains to bring out clearly so essential a feature as John's acknowledgement of the messiahship of Jesus, and not go out of his way to disguise it. It is a curious and thought-provoking phrase. It may refer to the kingdom, to the indwelling rule and law of God, that is brought to consciousness in the hearts of the repentant. Or it may possibly be that John had some inner mystical doctrine to reveal, for we have to remember that the Mandæan or Gnostic John tradition, which has come down to our own days, has ever laid the greatest stress on the mystical element in the teaching of the Baptizer. The interpretation of the dream of Philip, like the stress laid upon John's strange appearance and dress and his extraordinary mode of life, is just such a detail as would strike the imagination and linger in the memory of the people. What more likely and in keeping with precedent than that a prophet should interpret the dream of the king? But here we have, not only a novelty for readers of the Gospel account, but also a contradiction with Josephus himself. The unfavorable character given to Philip, the stress laid on his venality, is in complete contrast with the reputation given him by Josephus in his Antiquities, 18:4-6, where he is praised for the mild and peaceable disposition he displayed in his government, and for the personal interest he took in the administration of justice. Now the Antiquities was completed in 93/94 AD. Had then our writer known it, he would not presumably have made Josephus contradict himself so egregiously. This raises the question as to the possibility of his having written before the Antiquities got into wide circulation. Piece 3. In some respects agrees with and in others differs from the synoptic account of the marriage of Herod Antipas, Tetrarch of Galilee in Perea, with the wife, Slav Jos' widow, of his brother Philip. But Josephus himself in his Antiquities, 18 v. 1 and 4, tells the story quite differently from both. There we read that Herodias was married first of all to Herod Boethus, and that the wife of Philip was Salome, the daughter of this union, so that Philip was son-in-law of Herodias. Herod Antipas, says Josephus, was the second husband of Herodias, and the marriage took place while the first husband, Boethus, was still alive. Josephus, moreover, says that Philip died childless, while our author avers that he left 4 children surviving him. Moreover, Josephus in the famous passage concerning John in the Antiquities, 18 v. 2, knows nothing of John's execution being due to so personal a cause as is depicted both by the Gospels and our author, though very differently. It is in the Antiquities ascribed solely to Antipas' apprehension of the political consequences of the John movement. Our author is then clearly ignorant of both the Antiquities account and also of the most characteristic feature of the Gospel narrative, the graphic story of the dancing of the daughter of Herodias. Everything therefore goes to show that he is drawing on some other traditional source. Finally, as the climax to John's extraordinary scruples about food, it is asserted that he would not touch unleavened bread even at Passover time, an absolutely obligatory observance in Jewry. Moreover, he is made to give an exegetically justification for his abstention. This is the distinctive touch of a Jewish hand. It is exceedingly unlikely that it would ever have occurred to a late Christian. As to the John pieces, then we seem to be moving in a thoroughly Jewish atmosphere, and there is nothing characteristically Christian about them. The Jesus pieces, 4 and 6 to 8, are naturally the most arresting and form the main crux of the whole matter. It seems to be generally held that all the 8 pieces are by the same hand. They may be said to have in general the same terms of expression, to breathe the same spirit and present similar characteristics. In the main Jesus pieces the author makes a show of trying to get at a reasonable point of view. But he hesitates in his judgment and frankly confesses his inability to make up his mind. He is convinced that the more generally credible events themselves are historic. But as to the sheerly miraculous elements he is content to set them forth as rumors giving rise to absolutely contradictory opinions. So noncommittal and rationalistic a proceeding is quite foreign to the mentality of a convinced Christian. This attitude of reserve and the very striking divergences of the writer from the Gospel accounts are in the sharpest possible distinction to the perspective and procedure of the compilers of such apocryphal documents as the Acts of Pilate and the Gospel of Peter. In the latter the literary dependence on the Gospels is manifest on all hands. What is added is in no way contradictory, but adduced solely to exalt the greatness of Jesus and heighten the impression of the miraculous element. If piece 4 is carefully and critically compared with the famous spurious passage concerning Jesus in our text of the Antiquities, 18:3, it will at once be seen that if there is any possible question of dependence between them, it is not on the side of our author. Even among the opinions he cites, there is no hint of messiahship. When he says that some suppose that he had been sent by God, it means no more than what he makes John assert of himself, namely, that he was a prophet. It seems to me moreover highly improbable that any late Christian could have referred to his Lord, the one and only Son of God, as that wonder-doer, or the crucified wonder-doer Jesus. The divergences from the Gospel account of the Jesus story are so striking that they need not be dwelt on. To every instructed Christian the Gospel narratives are presumably so familiar in all their details, that the contradictions with our author's account will present themselves automatically. Nevertheless, the more one meditates on the account in Piece 4 of the typical external acts of the ministry and the intrigues of the Jewish authorities to compass the death of Jesus, the more does it seem within its own measures not to be inconsistent. In fact, it hangs very well together from an outside point of view. That view is in no way due to a manipulation of gospel information. It is based on very different data, and has all the appearance of an honest attempt to piece together and interpret floating traditions and conjectures reflected from days contemporaneous perchance with the attempts of the many to set forth the events. As the introduction to the Lucan Gospel informs us, the phrase servants as applied to the disciples, it may be noted, is a thoroughly Jewish conception. It was used by the rabbis to emphasize the relationship between pupils and teacher. The precise figure 150 may be a round number. Otherwise it depends on a tradition for which the 12 and the 70 were of no importance. The final sentence, which avers, not only that the Jewish authorities themselves crucified Jesus, but that this was in accordance with the law, is so astonishing in the latter respect that it has been set down to a gross blunder of the Slavonic translator from the Greek original, which may have read, contrary to the law, kappa with the genitive and not the accusative. This seems a reasonable supposition, though we must remember that Jewish rulers in Maccabean days did crucify their political opponents. The trilingual inscription statement, 6, is a wild piece of fanciful combination. The writer has heard of an inscription connected with the execution of Jesus. Indeed, it was required by law that the formal charge should be placarded in all cases of capital punishment. Moreover, he has heard that this particular notice was set forth in 3 languages, and he also has heard that there were trilingual inscriptions outside the inner court of the temple. In combining the two, he departs so far from his general sobriety that we might almost think the passage was by another hand, but this is otherwise not probable. The first charge against Jesus was that he had excited the people to revolt. Of this he was acquitted by Pilate. The authorities had then to give some other excuse. Jesus was executed not because of any messianistic agitation, but because he prophesied disaster to the temple and the holy city. Some excuse had to be found that would placate the people. In Piece 7, the rending of the veil and the reference to many other portents seem to depend on characteristically Christian tradition. But it need not be supposed that this tradition was in the fixed gospel form in which we now have it. The phrase, prior to this generation, is intended to mean some 30-40 years before Josephus wrote his history, 75 to 79 AD. It is interesting to note that at that time similar portents were in the air, for Jewish tradition, the Talmuds and Josephus himself. BJ 6. V. 3. Makes mention of a mysterious spontaneous opening of the heavy iron temple doors 40 years before the destruction of Jerusalem, and the Gospel of the Hebrews refers to a similarly mysterious breach in the iron threshold of the same doors. There were widespread legends of portents current in the folk memory. Our author then goes on to treat of the rumors and contradictory statements about the resurrection, and here, as before, he ruminates on possibilities, giving the conjectural pros and cons, but declining to commit himself on the side of the most vital belief of Christendom. Piece V, concerning the early Christians, is equally as far from literary dependence on the canonical acts as are the Jesus pieces on the Gospels. There are wide divergences, and the whole produces an impression of utter ignorance of the detailed, methodical setting forth of the 30 years of history contained in the Acts. Isolated facts, such as Paul's being sent to Caesar at Rome, are absurdly generalized on the one hand, and on the other the events of decades are crammed into the narrow time frame of some 4 years. The period of office of the two governors mentioned, 44 to 48 A.D. The phrase, "but if they do not issue from the counsel of God, they will quickly be convicted," is thought by some to indicate literary dependence on a similar saying in the Acts. But the latter famous utterance, ascribed to Gamaliel, prior to 7 AD, is worded so very differently that, if any connection between them can be supposed, it may well be ascribed in both cases to the uncertain echoing in the popular mind of a well-known rabbinical pronouncement. In conclusion, then, it may be said that the hope of extracting anything of value out of these astonishing and puzzling interpolations depends on establishing the reasonableness of the hypothesis. That they are based on echoes of popular traditions still floating about in the Jewish environment of Christianity in, say, the last third of the 1st century. There is, I think, much that goes to show the likelihood of this supposal, or at least to deter us from summarily dismissing it. But even if we are persuaded to this extent, we are confronted with the still more difficult task of imagining a satisfactory conjecture as to the status and motive of the writer. If we hold him to have been a Jew, as the above analysis seems to require, what plausible motive can we ascribe to him for interpolating the matter into the text of Josephus? Was he a disinterested lover of history who thought that Josephus had fallen short of historical impartiality by neglecting to mention two such remarkable personages as John and Jesus and two such important movements as those associated with their names? And desired to amend the historian in this respect in days when copyright had not yet been dreamed of? Or may we assume that a pupil of Josephus would think himself entitled to amend the narrative? If, on the contrary, he was a Christian, the interest in filling the gaps would be easily understandable, had he based himself on canonical tradition. But the divergences from and flat contradictions of that tradition are so extraordinary, that one is all the time kept asking in astonishment, what sort of a Christian could this man ever have been? To have succeeded in producing such an impression designedly argues the procedure of a mind of such extraordinary subtlety and psychological dexterity that it is too uncanny for credence. Any deliberate attempt of this kind would surely have betrayed itself in some way, but as a matter of fact there is no indication of subtle manipulation of gospel data anywhere. It is not only very difficult but entirely out of the question to think that any late Christian forger could have thus deliberately challenged the firmly established canonical tradition on so many points. Therefore if the writer were a Christian, he must have been a 1st-century man, that is to say he wrote before the Greek canonical Gospels were in general circulation or at any rate before they had penetrated to his environment. There remains only one other possible conjecture, from which everybody has so far instinctively shrunk. Can the writer after all have been Josephus himself? But if so, why does he contradict himself so flatly, to say nothing of the difficulty of conjecturing his motive for cutting out the passages? It thus appears that, whatever hypothesis of authorship we make, whether Christian, Jew, or Josephus, we are left floundering in a welter of inconsistencies. All that can be said is that the Jew alternative is the least improbable. And there we must leave this baffling problem, in the hope that our readers will at any rate be interested in having it brought to their notice. For in any case these passages must be considered striking curiosities, even perhaps the greatest to be found, in the ancient literature that is generally classed under the caption, Christian Forgeries. 4. The Fourth Gospel Proem, a New Version Venture. Connection. After I had for some time been making a close study of Lidzbarski's translations of the Mandæan John Book and Liturgies, I had occasion in another connection to refer to the Greek text, Westcott and Hort, of the prologue to the Fourth Gospel. As I read, I found that a number of Mandæan associations came welling up from the preconscious, especially with regard to life and light, the use of the term man and the way the sentences about John the Baptist linked on to these concepts. I found I was almost automatically construing parts of this familiar text from a new angle or at any rate envisaging them in a new perspective. I had already for long been convinced that the historical references broke awkwardly into the doctrinal proem proper, and that this contained what may be called some characteristic general Gnostic notions. Moreover I had long been of the opinion that the proem was based on a source, but thought that this source was most probably already in Greek when it was made such deft use of by the inspired writer of the pneumatic gospel. I now asked myself, could it possibly have been originally in Aramaic, for there are indubitably some strained constructions in it, that might be explicable as literal renderings of Semitic idioms. Translation into Greek would doubtless make the original appear to be more Hellenistically colored than was actually the case and so philosophize it somewhat. The main difficulty seemed to lie in determining what could have been the Semitic original of the leading term rendered by logos. Was it word or wisdom or some other divine power or potency? On this I could form no conclusion. But further, whatever it was, could it have been translated by any other Greek term than logos? For the student of comparative Hellenistic theology is not confined to seeking for parallels or associations with the idea behind this term in Stoicism and Philo simply, he has to take into consideration a far wider field of research. In the Trismegistic literature, for instance, in which the heavenly man doctrine is prominent, the parallel notion is rendered by nous, mind. And in the Hellenistic poem so beloved by the later Platonists and generally known as the Chaldean Oracles, 206 the mind of the Father stands at the summit. While in allied Gnostic tradition connected with the Chaldean mysteries or even said to be based on the Chaldean books, where again the divine man doctrine is prominent, the term preferred is mind. Mind, moreover, in the Valentinian system stands at the head of the pleroma. This is solely with regard to translation into Greek in the general Hellenistic theological language of the time, and says nothing about the Semitic or Chaldean original terms, which may have been numerous. Apart from the very general, notably Egyptian, Oriental magical notion of creation by the word. Certainly the man doctrine was widespread, and where personifications were the order of the day, man and mind would go better together than man and word or reason or even wisdom. It is, however, with all hesitation that I have ventured to use the term mind in my translation, find more to call attention to the problem than anything else. With these ideas, namely the supposal of a probable Aramaic original of the Proem source and the consequent philosophizing, by translation into Hellenistic Greek of some terms that in the original were more concretely presented, I attempted the following version. This I did before I had read Professor C. F. Burney recent, 1922, arresting study, entitled The Aramaic Origin of the Fourth Gospel, Oxford, the Clarendon Press. The contention of the professor of the interpretation of Holy Scripture at Oxford, who is so great an authority on the OT, is that not only for the Proem but for much, if not the whole, of the Gospel there is an Aramaic background. Whatever may be ultimately decided on this novel and far-reaching hypothesis, it should inaugurate a fruitful line of research. My own venture is far more modest in every way. I deal with a single source only, and have not the competence to treat even that technically from the Semitic side. The only remark I would venture to make on Professor Burney's labors is in respect to the Johannine Greek quotations from the OT. The problem whether the few of them which differ from the LXX Greek Targum or translation, the authorized version of the time so to say, were made freshly from the Hebrew, does not seem to me necessarily to help to prove the author's contention. They are far more likely to have been taken from what is said to have been probably the earliest Christian Greek document, a collection of proof texts to establish the claims of Christian messianism from OT. Prophecy, at times not without accommodation. They sometimes agree with and sometimes diverge from the Septuagint rendering. All this has been most thoroughly worked out by Prof. Rendell Harris and Walker Birch in their indispensable work, P.T.I. 1916, Pt. 1920, on the now famous testimony book, Testimonia contra Judaeos. I also conjectured, presumably owing to the rhythms of the Mandaean books running in my head, that the source might have been in verse. And found that the Greek broke up easily into some sort of rhythmic lines. But of course this was pure guesswork on my part. Professor Burney, however, with his wide knowledge of Hebrew and Palestinian Aramaic, has come most definitely to this conclusion as to the Proem. If the rest of the Gospel cannot be so treated, this seems to me to be an additional indication that in the prologue we are dealing with a source. Though my tentative translation from the Greek differs both in analysis and phrasing from Prof. Burney, I so far see no compelling reason to alter the phrasing by his, and let the breaking up of the lines stand to indicate rhythm rather than the measured lines he has so ingeniously endeavored to reconstruct into Aramaic. Translation 1. In beginning 207 was mind, 208 and mind was with God. 209. 2, so 210 mind was God. This 211 was in beginning with God. 3, all kept coming into existence 212 through 213 at 214, and apart from it came into existence not a single thing. 4. What has come into existence in it 215 was life, 216 and life 217 was the light of the true men. 218. 5, and the light shineth in the darkness, and the darkness did not imprison 219 it. 220 there was a man sent by God, his name Jones. This man came for bearing witness, that he might bear witness about the light, in order that all men might have faith through it. That man was not the light, but came in order that he might bear witness about the light. 6. It was the true light, which enlighteneth every man 221 who cometh into the world. 222. 7. It was in the world, and the world kept coming into existence through it. 223, and the world did not know it. 224. 8. It came unto its own. 225 and its own did not receive it. 9. But as many as received it, to them it gave power. 226 to become children of God. 227. 10. To those who have faith in his name. 228, who were brought to birth, not out of the blending of bloods. 229. 11. Nor of urge 230 of flesh, nor of urge of a male, but out of God. 12. So 231 mind became flesh. 232 and tabernacled. 233 in us. 234. 13. And we beheld its glory, glory as of an only begotten. 235 from Father, full. 236 of delight. 237 in truth. 238 Jones beareth witness about him. 239 and hath cried aloud, saying, He it was who said, He who cometh behind me hath been before me. 240 For he was my first. 241. 14. For of its fullness. 242 we all received, and delight over against delight. 243, 244 inches that the law, Torah, was given by Moses, delight and truth kept coming into the word through Yeshu, Messiah. 245 No man hath seen God at any time. 246 An only begotten less than God greater than, who is in. 247 The bosom. 248 Of the Father, he dictated. 249. Afterword. The legend-like Mandæan tradition concerning the person of John and the distinctive Gnostic type of doctrine which it associates with him could by no means have been deduced from, or expanded out of, the bare external historical facts reported by the classical Josephus. It differs moreover in many ways from the more detailed story of the Gospels and their perspective of his doctrinal and prophetical activity. As to the graphic picture of the Gospels, which suggests the sudden arising of a solitary wild figure unconnected with any community or order, a feature so strongly stressed also by the Slavonic Josephus, the Mandæan handing on is completely silent. It gives no hint of any peculiarity of this nature in John's dress, much less of any uncouthness in his appearance. Indeed, though it makes no statement, it would lead us to infer that John was clad in white, and in all other respects presented little of the wild features of a desert-bred, skin-clad eremite. The classical Josephus is also silent on this popular trait. That John was a prophet, all these accounts are agreed; that he baptized, all are agreed. That he suffered a martyr's death, Josephus and the Gospels are agreed. But strange to say, the Mandæan tradition has not a word on so important and tragical an event. It is difficult to believe that the Mandæan Nazareans could have been ignorant of the way in which their great prophet met his end. For had they believed he was not executed by Antipas, they would in all probability have contradicted in their own fashion the report of the Jews and Christians in this respect. This omission of all reference to the death of John would be incomprehensible, did we not reflect in the first place that no attempt is made in the existing Mandæan documents to give anything that could be called a life of John. And conjecture in the second that in all probability nothing of doctrinal importance was attached to the way of his ending as it was in the case of Jesus. It is of course supposable that there may have been at one time documents of greater detail and more historical value relating to John, which have since fallen into oblivion owing to the focusing of interest on the more plastic material of psychical legend and mystical reverie. But conjecture cannot restore them. Though in the present restricted exposition no attempt is made to treat the comparative side of the subject, owing to the regrettable fact that we are still without the scientific translation of the main and oldest deposit of the Mandæan scriptures, it may be noted that there are fragmentary traditions on other lines that would make both Dositheus and Simon the Magian disciples of John. Now Dositheus, Dusis or Dostai, was the precursor of Simon, and the latter was held by the heresiological church fathers to be the fons ideorigo of Gnosticism, which he certainly was not, but only one of many of the time with already a long heredity behind them. It is to be further noted that the distinctive Simonian school or tradition, which was in no sense Christian, continued at least well on into the 3rd century, and that the Dositheans, who were equally non-Christians, are known of as being numerous even in the 6th century. 250 By the rumor that these Gnostic teachers were disciples of John, we must understand in general, I believe, that there was simply in some respects similarity of doctrine between them. These Dostai Simon legends and reports are associated with early Ebionite controversies, underlying the pseudo-Clementine romances, and the doctrines involved in them link up with similar notions found in the widespread pre-Christian syncretisms, and even universalizing attempts, of many kinds of saving cults of both a popular and restricted apocalyptic and Gnostical character, common to such plainly distinguishable types as the Persian, Chaldean, and Aramean religious complexes of the early Hellenistic period. The mass of detailed research work which has been done chiefly in the last generation on Babylonian, Iranian, Syrian, Aramean, Egyptian and East Mediterranean religious endeavors, whether Hellenistically tinged or otherwise, which flourished so luxuriously during the 3 centuries before our era and continued to do so in their various ways for the following 3 centuries and some of them far later, is beginning to make an impression outside the ranks of the specialists, and compelling the attention of the general historian. It is coming to be seen that the unprejudiced evaluation of these many endeavors and movements and the getting of them into a proper perspective constitute an indispensable task for those who would trace the religious features, phases and fortunes of world history in the main moments of its development, and especially those of them which most strongly influenced Western culture in its later formative periods. We have recently had presented to us an arresting, if provocative, attempt of this kind in Oswald Spengler's Downfall of the West. Its 2 stout volumes of some 1,200 pages have been very widely read in Germany and by knowers of German, and the work has been much discussed and criticized. For naturally specialists and authorities cannot easily brook the incursions into their distinctive territories of a free lance with a knack of, or even genius for, recognizing underlying similar tendencies where previously for the most part the more superficial distinctions have been stressed into fundamental differences. It is true that where so wide a field is surveyed, it is not difficult to catch up such an historical innovator on numerous points of detail. But on the other hand his method certainly does at times enable the reader to fix his attention on the wood rather than on the trees and on the great rivers rather than on the streamlets. We do not, perhaps naturally enough, see eye to eye with Spengler throughout, but here we are not considering his work as a whole. He is referred to because he is the first general historian and philosopher of history who has brought the mandaeans into the picture, and in this he seems, in our judgment, to have got them into a tolerably proper perspective. It may be mentioned also that it was only after the whole of the preceding matter had been written that I read Spengler's work, and that for many years I have been regarding the phenomena of pre-Christian Gnosticism and allied movements from more or less the same angle. It may then be of interest to reproduce Spengler's boldly sketched picture of the conditions in which the heredity of the pre-Christian gnosis is to be sought and of the apocalyptic eschatological expectations and hopes of salvation that preceded the birth of Christianity. 251. What lay in the prophetical religions, Persian, Chaldean, Jewish, as a presage or presentiment, what at the time of Alexander the Great emerged in metaphysical outlines, was now brought to completion. And this completion aroused in tremendous strength the primitive feeling of nervous dread. It pertains to the last mysteries of humanity and of free-moving life in general that the birth of the I and the birth of world dread are one and the same. That a macrocosm is spread out before a microcosm, vast, overwhelming, an abyss of foreign, light-shot being in activity that makes the tiny, solitary self shrink back timorously into itself. Such fear of their own consciousness as from time to time suddenly overwhelms children, is experienced again by no grown-up even in the darkest hours of his life. This deadly fear, however, oppressed the dawning of the new culture. In this morn of the magic world consciousness, that was faint-hearted, uncertain, obscure about itself, a new glance was taken at the near end of the world. This is the first thought with which up to now every culture has come to consciousness of itself. A downpour of revelations, wonders, and peerings into the primordial ground of things swamped every deeper mind. They thought, they lived, only in apocalyptic images. Reality became appearance. Strange and awesome sights were recounted from one to another, read out of confused and obscure scriptures and at once seized on with immediate inner certainty. From one community to another, from village to village, wandered such writings, of which it is impossible to say that they belonged to any one single religion. They are Persian, Chaldean, Jewish in coloring. But they have all taken up what was at that time circulating in men's minds. The canonical books are national, the apocalyptic are international and literally so. They come into existence without any appearing to be their authors. Their contents mingle and melt together, they read today one way and tomorrow another. But they are anything but poesy, fiction, Ditung. They are like the fearsome figures round the doors of the Romance cathedrals in France, which also are no art, but dread turned into stone. Every man knew these angels and demons, these heaven-ascending and hell-descending numinous beings, the primal man or second Adam, the messenger of God, the Savior of the last day, the Son of Man, the eternal city and the final judgment. In the foreign cities and in the high seats of the powerful Persian and Jewish priesthood there had to be a conceptual fixation of distinctive doctrines. But here down among the folk there was hardly any particular religion, but rather a general magic religiosity which filled all souls and fastened upon sights and shapes of every conceivable origin. The last day had drawn nigh. They expected it. They knew that, he must now be manifested, he, of whom all revelation spake. Prophets arose. People banded together into ever new associations and circles in the conviction of having now come to better knowledge of their native religion or of having found the true one. In this period of tremendous and yearly increasing tension, in the years hard by the birth of Jesus, alongside numerous other communities and sects arose the mandaean religion of salvation. Of its founder or origin we are in ignorance. In spite of its detestation of the Judaism of Jerusalem and its marked predilection for Persian settings of the notion of salvation, it nevertheless seems to have stood very near the popular belief of Syrian Jewry. Of its marvel-filled scriptures one piece after another now comes to light. He is everywhere, the Son of Man, 252 the Saviour sent into the deep, who must himself be saved, the goal of the expectation. In the John book the Father raised on high in the house of perfection, surrounded with light, speaks to his only begotten Son, My Son, be for me an envoy, go unto the world of the darkness, in which is no light ray. The Son cries on high, Father of greatness, what sin have I done that thou hast sent me into the deep? And at the end, without faults I ascended, and fault and defect were not in me. All the traits of the great prophetical religions and the whole treasury of the deepest insights and figures which have since been assembled in apocalyptic, lie here at the bottom in common. But of antique equals Hellenic, thinking and feeling not a breath has penetrated into this underworld of the magic. The beginnings of the new religion are, it may well be, forever lost to memory. But one historical figure of mandaeism comes on to the stage with arresting clearness, tragical in its striving and ending, like Jesus himself, it is John the Baptizer. Scarce still belonging to Jewry, and filled with strong detestation of the spirit of Jerusalem, he proclaims the end of the world and the coming of the Bar Nasha, the Son of Man, who is no longer the promised national Messiah of the Jews, but the bringer of the world conflagration. To him went Jesus and became one of his disciples. Jesus was 30 years old when the awakening came upon him. The apocalyptic and in particular the Mandaean thought world from now on filled his whole consciousness. The other world of historic reality lay round him as in seeming only, strange and unmeaning. That, he will now come and put an end to this so unreal reality, was Jesus' great certainty, and for this certainty he came forward as announcer like John, his teacher. The oldest gospel accounts taken into the New Testament still let some glimmer of this period shine through in which he was in his consciousness no more than a prophet. It was later that the conviction came upon him, "Thou art thyself he." This is a boldly sketched outline bringing into special prominence the dominant eschatological feature of the picture, but with no indications of the particular Mandaean coloring or shading that must be used in the completed canvas. For this, however, we cannot reproach Spengler, seeing that we find ourselves compelled to refrain from any such attempt. And the reason for this abstention is quite simple. Lidzbarski's substantive and scientific translation of the John Book and Liturgies enables the student at first hand to become so exhaustively acquainted with this part of the material, that much in it reads differently. And the whole atmosphere savors differently from the general impression produced even by the most attentive perusal of Brandt's praiseworthy and painstaking pioneer labors. It seems therefore naturally to follow that, when we get the full translation of the remaining and earliest deposit, the Genza, from Lidzbarski, and can then survey the whole of its matter in detail, and so review in their native settings and contexts the selected features of it sketched by Brandt and in reliance on him utilized by Bossuet and Reitzenstein, for instance, we shall be enabled to appreciate the whole tradition more understandably and analyze it more accurately. We shall then be in a position to trace, for instance, the development of the meaning attached to the figure of the victor and of the formula, the man who has come hither. And also the modifications of eschatological notions within the Mandaean scheme of reference and much else. Meantime it is already evident that the Mandaean Nazarene tradition preserves traces of doctrine and endeavor and other features of very great value for recovering long-lost indications of one of the most important backgrounds of Christian origins, and of a subsequent parallel development of religious faith. In any case the study of the Mandaean documents cannot fail to come to the front as an indispensable task in the elucidation of the characteristic gnosis as an integral and widely diffused factor in the general history of religion in the critical centuries in the Near East and Mediterranean West before and after the beginnings of the present era. And this study, were it necessary where so much similar recent research has already made it certain on all hands, gives the final death blow to the old misleading view that Gnosticism was of interest solely as a Christian heresy, and was to be evaluated as such and comfortably disposed of in the good old cavalier patristic fashion. It is pleasant to think that new light will be thrown, directly or indirectly, on our subject by a number of important studies which are in hand or which have been already made public in lecture form. Among them may be mentioned the lectures on Manichaeism by Professor F. Crawford Burkett and the long-expected work on the same religion by the veteran Ironist Professor J. Williams Jackson, and also the arresting Schweik lectures of this year on the Samaritans by Dr. Moses Gaster, whose researches into their little-known literature, based on his unique and famous collection of MSS. that has just been acquired by the British Museum, open up quite new vistas of OT study and also supply indications of a new and hitherto unsuspected background that may be brought into line with Mandaeanism and hence with general Christian origins. The end.